Thank you all for coming. And welcome. Happy Sanguinala to everyone. Sister Sophia, Sister Aylin, Brother Sober, Sister Bleached. We have ourselves a very big day today. It is a time of rejoice, and a time of the renewal of faith. It is good to see you all. Now, some of you know who I am, though some of you might be asking yourselves, who is this old man? Well, let me introduce myself. The Ecclesiarchy has decided that this year's Sanguinala celebration will be one of renewal and the rebirth of faith. It's been a hard year, and so what better way to have faith in yourself and continue your faith in the God Emperor than to extend Sanguinala from 1 to 5 days. 5 whole days in which we will look at those who give their lives and sacrifice everything that they have, everything that they are, in the name of humanity and his belief that we should dominate the stars. As such, the Ecclesiarchy has decided that this event will consist of one Imperial Mass every day for 5 days. Barring Sunday, mostly because I need a nap. But other than that, it will keep going. Anyway, they decided that they would search for someone who would be able to help spread the word of the celebration of the Emperor Sanguinius' sacrifice and faith. Being the chapter master of the Promethean Shadows Adeptus Astartes, and having kept close ties with others in the Imperium and the Ecclesiarchy who allowed sanction of this new chapter, the powers that be decided that for the entirety of this Sanguinala event, that I, Adam Sky, would be given the honorary title of Ecclesiarch. This new title only bestows me one singular duty and responsibility, one that I am honored to be chosen for. For the period of this event, my duty is to celebrate those mentioned above, as well as bring forth stories to help you strengthen and renew your faith. This duty brings forth one other thing: the power to grant forgiveness. Confessions will be open later, and for only the regulatory tithe to the church itself, you will be able to confess your sins to myself and this congregation anonymously. In times such as this, it is important for those to learn from one another's mistakes and transgressions, and see that some will be forgiven and others might not. Now, since we are all here, welcome, all of you, to the first night and Imperial Mass of the Imperial Sanguinala event. For those who have never been to a mass before, although typically it is required at least once a year, but we're willing to let it go this time, I will now read the penitential act. It will first be done in High Gothic, and then again in the ancient tongue of English, for those who are not quite familiar with the Imperium's lingua franca. Deus Imperator Omnipotens, qui nos custodes, permite nobis un peccata nostra et transgressiones contra te cogetimus, et veniam tuam implorimus. In oculis voluntatis, ius non nisi humilus, serve sumis et sole veritati servire volumus, quod ille est unicus et unicus. Almighty God Emperor, he who watches over us, allow us to reflect on our sins and transgressions against you, and beg for your forgiveness. We are but humble servants in the eyes of his will, and wish only to serve the only truth, that he is the one and only. Brother Medicine, it is good to see you. Welcome. Brother Spectre, it is good to see you as well. Now, some of you, this is your first time here. Keeping these, mutants alive and working on my ship isn't a big sin, right? Mutants are fine. Now, today, being the first day of this event, I thought it would be the best day to bring about one thing that brings us all together. Faith. But what is faith exactly? Well, the easiest definition of faith is the complete trust or confidence in someone or something. Now, there are two different kinds of faith, both of which are equally important, though one might be slightly greater than the other. The first is faith in yourself, having the confidence and trust in yourself that you can achieve whatever it is that need be done, not only to better yourselves, but to better others around you. The second is something we must all strive to adhere to: faith in the God Emperor. Some of you might be thinking, it's been at least 10,000 years since he walked among us, and that he sits atop the golden throne devoid of knowing the hardships we all face in our daily lives. Well, I'm here to tell you that's not true. Instead, I can tell you with 100% conviction, with faith, that he watches over all of us. In humanity's times of need, he has always been there. Whether we see him or not, witness his miracles firsthand or not, they are there. From those who dwell in the bowels of hive cities, on the barren wasteland of planets, to those who fight every day, such as the Imperium's Angels of Death, to those who are the direct executors of his will, he is always there and watches over us all. Miracles do happen, and as such, I would like to bring you back to a time when almost all hope was lost within the Imperium. Although the most direct example would be the heresy of Horus and his heretical legions. We're not going to visit that story today. No, instead, we're going to go back to the age of apostasy. Now, what is apostasy? Some seem to be confused by the title of this age. But after the events that unfolded in this age are explained, you too will understand its definition. The Age of Apostasy was the time period in which the Emperor's will was abandoned in pursuit of one man's ambitions for power and control. That man's name was Gog Vandaya. Now, it's easy at this point to say that a man with such a name should easily be looked at as someone who is evil. And some have even said that if the Emperor himself had something along the lines of a text-to-speech device that would allow him to talk, he would say, "Here's a man with a name that screams, 'I am going to take both of your eye sockets and put my penis into them.'" Now, if the Emperor did in fact have such a device, chances are he probably would say something along the lines of that, as well as calling Vandaya a balls-to-the-walls paramount of Imperial incompetence that became our leader. He would also be right in saying that as well, and it has been deemed as such throughout the ecclesiarchy, but I digress. Now, the Age of Apostasy was a time when the ecclesiarchy was wrought with corruption. Vandaya opposed the ecclesiarchy from the outset, after being elected the 361st Master of the Administratum. Given the nature of the ecclesiarchy at this time, it is also no surprise that Vandaya was able to amass an army and attack the ecclesiarch and his retinue, Paulus III, and declare him a traitor and execute him. When this happened, Vandaya assumed the dual role as both master of the Administratum and the ecclesiarchy, and he would then go on to systematically execute all the cardinals and ecclesiarchy officials who had opposed him. Some would attempt to flee the planet, where Paulus III was executed on Ophelia 7. They went off in search of refuge, but their ship was caught in a warp storm and destroyed. The corrupt and delusional Vandaya did not hesitate to take this as a sign of approval from the Emperor, and then set about replacing all those he had slain with lackeys of his own in their respective seats of power and influence. At the height of his reign, Vandaya was able to also control the Officio Assassinorum, the Adeptus Astra Telepathica, and the Imperial Guard. He was the commander-in-chief of all assassins, telepaths, the military, the church, and the governing civilian authority of all humanity. Gog Vandaya was untouchable. Sister Spoiled, it is good to see you. Welcome in. But you see, things got even worse for the Imperium at that time. And under his control, Vandaya would move himself into the ecclesiarchal palace here on Holy Terra, and was said to have an elaborate map of the galaxy in his audience chamber, and would use it to order attacks on planets he felt were not completely under his control. Atrocities such as the invasion of Boris Minor, the virus bombing of Callan 7, and the use of Jana's planetary defense lasers to melt the polar ice caps to drown the entire planet were committed and done without question, and all of them done in Van Dyer's name. It was at this time where Van Dyer's spies would receive word of something that would become one of the most shining beacons the Imperium has. They would receive word of a particular cult on the planet San Lior, and would send word to their masters back on Terra. The spy masters then reported to Van Dyer about this all-female cult, loyal to no one but the Emperor, and he was sent into a furious rage. Until the spy masters said that these women, named the daughters of the Emperor, had dedicated themselves to mastering ancient martial skills. Van Dyer's rage was abated, and he decided to seek out this cult for himself. Sister Spoiled has brought in 5 new members to the Imperium. Thank you, Sister Spoiled. Van Dyer's rage was abated when he heard of the daughters of the Emperor, and he decided to seek out this cult for himself with his own greedy ideas. When he and his retinue of 140,000 soldiers and servants arrived on the planet, he made his way to their temple. At first, the daughters would not allow him entry, stating that they did not recognize his authority. But through trickery and deception, he stated that he would be able to prove to them he had the Emperor's favor. Intrigued, the daughters allowed him entry, and after saying a simple prayer at the altar, he turned to one of his personal guard and ordered the man to shoot him point blank. The guardsman hesitated briefly, but did as he was told. Now, unbeknownst to anyone but him, Van Dyer wore the Rosarius of the Ecclesiarch, a sacred badge of office which contained a powerful energy field generator. When the guardsman did shoot him, what was witnessed was a flash of light, and Van Dyer standing there completely unharmed as the laser blast was dissipated. The daughters took this as the Emperor protecting Van Dyer and immediately swore their loyalty to him. Van Dyer renamed this cult the Brides of the Emperor and trained them in martial and military actions and tactics under the best the Imperium had to offer. And so, the Brides of the Emperor became his personal, elite bodyguard. Another 70 years would pass under Van Dyer's rule, and darkness would creep into the Imperium, until a man named Sebastian Thor started to openly oppose Van Dyer and his deeds, stating that he was, in fact, receiving messages in his dreams from the Emperor. The planet from which Sebastian Thor hailed, Dimamar, even openly declared Van Dyer as a traitor to the Imperium and revolted, as well as 80 other systems. Van Dyer would then handpick an entire ecclesiarchal fleet to go to Dimamar and eradicate the entire planet for their open revolt. But this is where his reign would quickly start to crumble. While en route to the planet in the Klax system, the entire fleet of Vandia's ships were caught in a massive warp storm and were lost with all hands. This warp storm is regarded and aptly named the Storm of the Emperor's Wrath. Fitting, as it was a warp storm that initially sent the delusional man into the belief that he had the Emperor's blessing. So should it be another warp storm that would shatter his ego. The newly named Confederation of Light under Sebastian Thor, the 80 systems who would openly oppose him, being led by Thor himself, slowly amassed their 5 million strong army toward Holy Terra to usurp Vandia. With Thor's movement being as successful as it was, others within the Imperium, including those of the Adeptus Astartes and the Adeptus Mechanicus, which had originally kept themselves clear of Vandia's efforts to control Terra, openly opposed him as well, and they demanded the High Lords of Terra indict him as a traitor. In response, Gog Vandia dissolved the Council of the High Lords and ordered his own forces to attack these new threats. This was a grave mistake on his part, but, delusional as he was, he believed that he was powerful enough to stand against 2 of the most fearsome militaries in the Imperium. He was wrong. Those who refused to attack both the Astartes and the Mechanicus were executed on the spot. And when the ecclesiarchal forces finally did attack, it was clear to the vast majority of the Imperium that Vandia was a traitor and, worse, had lost his mind. The Mechanicus ordered several Skitarii regiments to attack the ecclesiarchal palace. This force was joined by the Adeptus Astartes, namely the Black Templars, the Soul Drinkers, the Imperial Fists, and the Firehawks. The palace itself was nigh impregnable, and this attack turned into a very lengthy siege. During this time, the Adeptus Custodes, or, as they are sometimes referred to as, the Custodians, the sacred guardians of the Emperor, had locked themselves away in isolation inside the depths of the Imperial Palace. After learning of all that had occurred in Vandia's name, and the subsequent siege on the Ecclesiarch's palace, a contingent of Custodes utilized secret passages from the Imperial Palace to the Ecclesiarchal, known only to the Centurion, Longinus, in charge of this infiltration, and made their way toward Vandia's inner sanctum until they were halted by none other than the brides of the Emperor, who had been an elite fighting force that had become a massive and very lethal one of over 10,000 strong. Longinus called for a truce and parley, and laid down his arms in front of the brides, and made impassioned pleas to revoke their oaths of loyalty to the madman, stating that they were in fact serving evil instead of the Emperor. The leader and founder of the brides and former daughters of the Emperor, Alicia Dominica, initially did not believe Longinus. but allowed him to make his case, and, as previous with Vandaya, prove it. Longinus would then leave his contingent as prisoners with the rest of the brides, and would take Alicia and her personal guard, consisting of Catherine, Silvana, Lucia, Mina, and Arabella, back through the ancient secret tunnels and all the way to the Emperor's golden throne. Now, what would then occur between Alicia, the bodyguards, and the Emperor is not known in the literal sense. Nothing would be recorded, and only the Custodes, Alicia, and her bodyguard would ever know. But what is known is that Alicia and the brides with her would be shown the truth of heresy and corruption of Vandaya. When Dominica and her retinue emerged from the throne, her hair, having been black, was now stark white. She and her retinue renounced their name as brides and once again became daughters of the Emperor. Alicia and the others marched into Vandaya's audience chamber and paused only to condemn him for his crimes against the Imperium. This was recorded and goes as follows. You have committed the ultimate heresy. Not only have you turned your back on the Emperor and stepped from his light, you have profaned his name and almost destroyed everything he has striven to build. You have perverted and twisted the path he has laid for mankind to tread. As your own decrees have stated, there can be no mercy for such a criminal. I renounce your lordship. You walk in the darkness and cannot be allowed to live. Your sentence has been long overdue, and now it is time for you to die. Gog Vandaya's reported final words in his delusional and manic state were, I don't have time to die. I'm too busy. And with that, Alicia Dominica unsheathed her power sword and beheaded Vandaya in one swift strike. The Rosarius, which at one time had protected him and helped him to deceive the daughters, was now not functioning and destroyed in his execution. This was taken as a sign that the Emperor himself no longer would protect Vandaya and the corruption and the wickedness that he wrought into the Imperium. This was seen as a sign that the Emperor himself would allow Vandaya to be executed by the group of women who had become so incredibly powerful, and at the time, one of the most powerful military factions in the Imperium, solely on faith. The siege would abruptly come to an end after learning of Vandaya's death. Sebastian Thor would become the new ecclesiarch and, as a step toward diluting the power base that the ecclesiarchy had, he proclaimed the decree passive, which would state that the ecclesiarchy would henceforth have no men under arms at their disposal. The decree itself was accepted, and the daughters would become the orders militant of the ecclesiarchy, otherwise known as the Adeptus Sororitas, or the Sisters of Battle. This still holds up with the decree passive, as no man bears arms in the name of the ecclesiarchy. Alicia Dominica, for her efforts, would be deemed overall patron of the sisters and a living saint. even as they were divided between convents on both Terra and Ophelia 7. Dominica would lead the sisters for several centuries and on many crusades, before she finally fell in battle at the scourging of Fridus Wide's world. History records that she survived hundreds of wounds before a long, lone blast from a lasgun would pierce her heart after making its way through a weakness in her armor. The 5 remaining founding sisters and formerly Alicia's bodyguard would also eventually be slain. Catherine would go on to found the Order of the Fiery Heart and declared a living saint before being killed by a witch cult of Netsius. The order was changed to the Order of Our Martyred Lady, and since then has brought her corpse and casket into battle via funeral procession with them as relics. One sister will claim the title and name of Catherine in battle and bear Catherine's relics in combat to be imbued with Saint Catherine's spirit. Sylvana was one of the first to lead the sisters on crusade, and eventually would control the convent prioris. Saint Sylvana's death remains a mystery, it seems. Some claim she was poisoned by a death cult. Others say that said cult was actually trying to poison Dominica, but failed and instead got to Sylvana. Even others say that the heretical Alpha Legion might have played a part in her death, and even others still say she was poisoned by those who were still loyal to Vandia. The Order of the Argent Shroud, founded after her death, recount the story as her body being laid to rest in the inner sanctum of Convent Prioris, though it would mysteriously disappear after 7 days. Only a silvery image of her bones would be left on her death shroud, which is now considered to be a relic and parent the name of the order. Saint Lucia, the youngest of all the saints, was martyred after having been tortured before her death. Being known as the ideal battle sister, she and her fellow sisters who had been captured did not once break during torture and were executed. The Order of the Valorous Heart was named after the deeds she refused to commit, namely that of talking during her torture, and is now depicted as holding the head of Vandia, as she is reported to be the one to receive it after Saint Dominica removed it from Vandia's body. Saint Mina was known as being fierce, mysterious, and deadly in battle. She was killed on a world full of chaos demons and was encircled while she was in prayer inside the shrine. Her body, along with 20 demon bodies strewn about, were found inside the shrine. Her symbol, the red rose, represents her strong character and final death. The Order of the Red Rose was created to honor her spirit and martyrdom. The final of the remaining 5, Saint Arabella, disappeared shortly after Mina's death, after having spent decades traveling the Imperium as a commander and beacon of faith, as well as being known for many miracles that were said to have occurred around her during battle. Demons would implode upon themselves, heretics' eyes would melt, and various other miracles would follow her wherever she would go. It is not known when, why, or how she disappeared, and her fate remains unknown. Believed to still be alive, she was deemed a living saint, and her sword ultimately taken up by the Order she would found, the Order of the Sacred Rose. Alive, dead, it does not matter. Faith in themselves and faith in the Emperor is what brought these women together. Their combined faiths brought them from being a humble cult to one of the most fearsome and fiercest fighting forces in the galaxy. It is even said by some that the spirits of the deceased can be seen accompanying other sisters into battle, granting them powers needed to overcome insurmountable odds, or can be seen when faith is being tested and prayers need answering and being taken as a sign that the Emperor is sending one of his daughters to renew that faith.
They dared to speak her name in vain. They spat lies upon her martyr's blood. They took her tears and forged them chains, yet her soul rose unstained by lies. Through grieving stars we hunted them, the broken wretches of a fallen creed. They wailed and whimpered in the dark, yet no shadow could hide them from our wrath. By oath of faith and blade of steel, we took them one by one, delivered them to the halls below, where the Emperor's mercy awaits. They choked on lies they once proclaimed, their tongues uncoiled with trembling pleas. Yet judgment struck with tempered hand, for even sinners are bound by grace. By oath of love and mercy's hand, we judge them one by one, bound not by steel, but by her grace and justice wrought in blood and faith. They cursed the names they once had sworn. They begged for death with broken tongues, yet the Emperor's mercy is endless, and so their penance shall not end. By oath of grief and blade of fire, we kept them one by one. Their cries rose high, yet found no ears, for mercy binds what death cannot. Her blinded eyes now see the throne ablaze. Her silenced tongue now sings his name. Her broken body stands in grace, for in the Emperor's light, her valorous heart will always be eternal. By oath of pain and endless shame, we prayed for her one by one, yet no vow could undo the past. No blade can bring Lucia back. Spiritus dominatus, qui manus ad velum duce, audi nostra voce.
sed ipsa vita orbis orbem claudit ad est. In manus tuas, mio imperator, nos spiritum commendo. O Domine, libra nos. O Domine, libra nos.
The music that has been provided is by one of the Adeptus Sororitas herself, Sister Cecilia. She was gracious enough to allow her music to be used during the Imperial Masses. From now until the end of Sanguinala, please, all of you, help in supporting Sister Cecilia and Imperium Hymns. YouTube, Twitch, Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, and Patreon. Incredibly talented. Now, we do have one more that I do want to share with you today. And then after that, confessions will be opened. But I feel that there is one more whose duty is solely on faith. These men are not usually talked about. Not by much. Almost never. Usually, everyone thinks the Imperium works autonomously, as if everything is going to be fine and everybody does everything that they are supposed to do. Unfortunately, that is just simply not true. There is a group of lawbringers that are known as the Arbites. Vicious though they have to be. They absolutely have to be. There's nothing that can be done about it. They face the most vile that the Imperium has to offer. Armed typically only with 3 things. A riot shield made of ceramite. A stun baton. And a shotgun. They stand between all those who would do harm and commit heresy in the Imperium against those who are faithful and loyal to the Imperium, to the Emperor, and to all others. They stand alone in their duties and arrest, judge, and convict lowly thieves all the way up through the High Lords of Terror. If need be. They can even go toe to toe with the Inquisition, though there has not been any recorded instances between the Arbites and the Inquisition. I must absolutely note that one. These men are tough. They are taken in when they are incredibly, incredibly young. And they are drilled and drilled to become towers and paragons of Imperial law and an unstoppable force against an insurmountable number of ne'er-do-wells, thieves, murderers, heretics. Once more, Sister Cecilia gives us her vocal talents to celebrate the Arbites.
Quiet now, Oathbreaker. The locks just clicked and steps are near. He's coming. Black coats pace the Pharaoh grate, helms like midnight glass, boots that cut through silence, thunder rolling past. You stoke the embers, sang your lies, now ashes mark your past. For every fleeting hope you clutch, he'll come to take it back. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. You whispered dreams of rescue as the sirens wailed outside, but hear the hush that follows, every hope denied. The First Lord's silent echo, veiled in iron pride. Unleashed they are, his hounds of law, his marching judgment nigh. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. You stacked your bones on altars, burned your pleas in flame, built your shrines in shadow, whispered every name. Your patron wears a death mask, blind to blood and shame, and silence greets your suffering when judgment comes to claim. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Shoulder up, brave heretic, weren't you blessed and bound? Is this the flight your patron promised, sprinting from the sound? Would you not prefer his gavel, glory on the ground, then crawl into the darkness as the wretch you've always found? He's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Sirens flare delirium, verdicts set in stone, names erased at sunrise, faith is flesh and bone. Sing it loud, sing it cruel, scorch them to the ground. The judge bears the First Lord's shadow, and we are not alone. He's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming.
That was Sister Cecilia and her incredible voice and song. Please, all Imperial citizens, follow her on all of her links. She has been gracious enough to bless us with her music every Imperial Mass through the entirety of this Sanguinala event. As a humble ecclesiarch, I beg you, follow her on twitch.tv. Listen to her on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, and subscribe to her Patreon, and subscribe to her YouTube channel as well. She has been extremely, extremely gracious, and I would appreciate it very much. As a thank you, that you offer her your follows and subscriptions. She is incredibly talented. Thank you so much, Sister Cecilia, and we will be hearing more from her tomorrow. But please remember, alive, dead, staring down the barrel at 1,000 heretics, whether it be side by side with your sisters of the Imperium, or a lone man standing up against murderers, thieves, heretics. It does not matter. Faith, personal faith, in themselves and in their abilities, their conviction to do what needs be done, and faith in the Emperor is what allows them and what can allow you to succeed. Combined, all their faiths are brought together, as is yours, and helps to create a better Imperium. And together, we can become the fighting force in the galaxy. Custodes, Astartes, Mechanicus, Sororitas, Arbites, Ecclesiarchs, citizens, Imperial Guard, every single one of us. Faith. Faith in yourself, and faith in the Emperor. For the Emperor protects. Adorate Imperatorem Immortalem, namire es protector noster. Admirate Imperatorem Immortalem, propter sacrificium ius generi humano, exaltate Imperatorem Immortalem, propter ius strictum gubernationem, venerate Importarem Immortalem, propter ius Immortalem custodiam. Adore the immortal Emperor, for he is our protector. Admire the immortal Emperor for his sacrifice to mankind. Exalt the immortal Emperor for his strict guidance. Revere the immortal Emperor for his undying guard. When your faith is waning, and the walls feel like they are closing in, remember the Adepta Sororitas. Remember the Adeptus Arbites. Remember the saints, and remember their deeds. These regular men and women act alone on faith and can create miracles of their own. Faith in yourself and in the Emperor and his will can do the same for you. Confessions are now open, and at this time, any and all questions can be asked about today's Mass, while we await those who wish to confess. Remember, all it takes is the regulatory Imperial tithe to confess. That's all it takes. Seriously, all it just give us fucking money. That's it. Sorry. Sister Aylin, thank you so much. Now remember, for any sort of Imperial tithe, it will be the character limit that is normal for TTS Brian. Otherwise, it will get cut off, and I will automatically have to give you this, which I really don't want to do, but I will. There are two ways this can go. You can be absolved, or you absolutely can be unforgiven. And remember, all of these are to remain anonymous. That was the deal. Sister Sophia asks, how do we do this? Oh, it's quite simple. You hit the donate button. That is the Imperial tithe. And then type in whatever it is that you need to confess. What do you mean, where's the donate button? It should be right there. What are you talking about? Well, where's the donate button? It's a big button. Says donate. Yes, that's the one too. Yes. It is a tithe, so, but yes, that's the one. And where is Sister Spoiled gone, amidst all this? Apparently Sister Spoiled has seemed to have snuck out the side door. Could we get someone to look to see where Sister Spoiled has gone, please? Please? Yes? Good. All right. Good. Thank you. Sister Spoiled, you are an Imperial citizen, and you are under my protection here in this church. You are trying to sin. No, this is a time for repentance and a time for renewal of your faith and confessional. You don't sin while in church. You come to church to be forgiven. That's how it works. The Imperial tithe. Down below, big button, says tips. And then you type in your sin and there you go. Or, if you'd like, you can also do bits, because bits do work as well. Mostly because I know there's a thing with PayPal and the other stuff and whatever and what have you. Sometimes you sin in church by accident, definitely not on purpose. I would never do that. Well, that's good to know, Sober. Very good to know, Brother Sober. And, as one final act of repentance, once again, please. And this one is completely free. Any and all follows and subscriptions to Sister Cecilia and the Hymns of the Imperium on YouTube, Twitch, Apple Music, Spotify, Amazon Music, and Patreon are all greatly appreciated. Her music will lift us and continue to entertain and inspire us through the Sanguinala event. Gave 5. No, it's not. You can't do it with not the subs. You can't do it with that. It has to. You have to be able to type in the sin. You can't bring in 5 members and go, oh, I did this and shoved a light bulb up here and all it. No, you can't do that. That's not how it works. Brian doesn't like it.
Pope Adam I tortured a friend most of year and peer pressured him into drinking a chocolate oyster smoothie. Can I be forgiven?
You tortured a friend most of the year and peer pressured him into drinking a chocolate oyster smoothie. First off, where in holy terror were you able to find oysters? We have no fucking ocean. The whole world is a hive world. It's just literally one giant city. No, it was not a miracle, Sister Spoiled. Not at all. Now, chocolate, well, there is chocolate-flavored corpstarch, so at least that one's easy to explain. However, it is beyond me how you managed to find oysters. I thought they died out with the oceans. Unless somebody tricked you into believing it was oysters. They were special oysters, freeze-dried or something like that. I don't think that's how oysters work. I could be wrong. It's been quite a long time since I've seen an oyster, but usually those don't go well when they are freeze-dried or anything like that. Can you imagine how concentrated that would be? A freeze-dried oyster? You know how, like, when you take meat and you dehydrate it and you turn it into jerky, it's got a much heavier, meaty flavor? It's the same thing with oyster. That would be awful. Now, on to the matter at hand. It's been some time since you've seen an oyster too. Yeah, I know what you mean, Brother Sober. Thank you. We get it. Now, you tortured a friend most of the year and peer pressured him into drinking a chocolate oyster smoothie. I'm still rather confused as to where you found the oysters. But let me ask you this. What was it that you tortured him for? No, you know what is a sin? Not having seen an oyster for a while. Your own entertainment and the entertainment of others. Oh. Well, I'll tell you what. If he is still your friend, then that must mean that, well, you did something right. Now, I'm not entirely sure why the torture would be something that he would go along with. However, what I will say is that, well, I'm sure he forgives you somewhere deep down in the cockle region, like maybe even the subcockle region, in his stomach somewhere. Maybe like right in front of or above, maybe to the side, I don't, but basically where farts are created, somewhere around there, deep inside, he forgives you. And so, absolved. Yes, the Emperor truly is benevolent in his forgiveness. Absolutely it is. Now remember, it could be bits, it could be tips. Either way, those work, mostly because Bob the Servo Skull has still not been able to figure out how to get the Emperor damned thing to work with anything else. So those are the only two ways. Like I said to Sister Spoiled earlier, it's not like you can bring 5 into the flock and then sit there and go, oh, I shoved a light bulb in here. And please forgive me, that doesn't work. No, those aren't. I don't. Those aren't words. No, those aren't words. Also, I will not say who gave the Imperial tithe. However, if they do wish to confess a sin, asking for a friend. I mean, she once had sex in a public restroom at a mall. Well, the good thing is that the mall no longer exists, mostly because those died out sometime in the early 21st century. So, you're covered there. Second, it is your Imperial duty. Granted, this didn't come around until about the 26th millennium. However, we will forego that. It is your Imperial duty to be fruitful and procreate as much as possible. We need more soldiers. Now, it was in a public restroom. Let's just say that I was not always a man of the cloth. And in fact, after the next 5 or 6 days, I'm going right back to being a damn space marine. So, having said that, I have not always been a space marine and had to uphold myself to certain things. And although I am too old now, I can tell you that I have witnessed a couple copulate on a bathroom sink. A public bathroom sink. Also, for the love of all that is holy, Holy Terror, Sanguinius, the Emperor, and humanity, I sincerely hope that you use the paper ass gasket. But to answer your question, no, to answer your question, absolved. Wait, so just to clarify, you did not use the paper ass gasket? I mean, let's be fair. It's not like your friend gave anyone a blumpkin. Right? Maybe if she knew what that was. The paper ass gasket, you know, the thing when you go into the stall and they have the thing on the wall and you pull it down, it's right next to the toilet paper holder, and it's the thing, and it's usually just tissue paper and it goes over the toilet seat. No, it was just on the sink. All right.
Okay, well, if I told you that a scrunchie makes an excellent cock ring, would that count?
No, that's interesting, but would not count. I'm not entirely sure how using a scrunchie as a cock ring would qualify as a sin. It's not like there's a holy cock ring. That's not a confession, that's a statement. You can sit there and tell anyone a scrunchie makes an excellent cock ring, and I can turn around and go, oh, well, good. The space shuttle lands like a brick. It does not make either of those things a confession. No, you do not get a refund, but what you do get is a redo on your confession. It's an Imperial tithe. What do you want me to do? Go into the fucking donation box and pull out the check? That's not going to happen. I'd be killed. No, that's not a confession. That's a statement. No, that's not a confession. That's just saying a thing you did. It has to be something that you are repentant for. Why would you be repentant on eating prime rib? That's something typically only the High Lords of Terra only get. You must have been incredibly lucky. I'm still trying to make sense out of how a scrunchie makes an excellent cock ring would even be close to a confessional. Again, you could say that and I'll turn around and say, and dogs can't look up. They're both just statements. That's an awful sin, especially if it belonged to someone else. Well, if it belonged to someone else, then that is, yes, but it would have to be confessed that it was someone else's prime rib. You can't just say I had prime rib and expect it to be a confession. It belonged to your girlfriend, but she wasn't the one that made you wear it. What? But you were coerced into it. I'm incredibly confused. What is... Hello? What? You have completely lost me in this whole thing. How? I don't know what any of that meant. Also, you try and make a mockery out of confessional. How dare you? Mostly because I have one power that I can use, and you do not want to see it, but I will show it to you to prove that the ecclesiarchy and myself mean business. I will send this man after you. you see that point? Do you see that point?
I helped a drunk friend out of the club so she could throw up. She barfed everywhere, then decided to kiss me. I was drunk enough that I let it happen and then spit out her chunks.
Now hold on a minute. Wait, 1 moment. One time you helped a drunk friend out of the club so she could throw up. Well, that was quite admirable of you. She barfed everywhere. Again, that does happen. And then decided to kiss you. Right. You were drunk enough that you let it happen and then spit out her chunks. Do you see that point? Look at that point. That is the point of Techno-Viking. You do not want me to get Techno-Viking on your ass. You do not expect absolution. You do not deserve absolute. You spit out the You couldn't have, I don't know, maybe let us suck out the water from a puddle or something first? Who knows what's in that? You had her barf chunks in her mouth, in your mouth. What was in her stomach? This is one I have to ponder on for a moment, because you did do the right thing. Your friend was in distress, and you brought them outside so that they could regurgitate, which was very noble of you. And, as you had stated, she barfed everywhere. Now, of course, again, this makes complete sense, and I understand this. And then she kissed you. Now, again, to be fair, she was in a drunken stupor, as were you. And now, let's be fair, we also know that you have been repentant, and you have not touched a drop of alcohol in quite some time. Mostly due to the incredibly odd and weird things that happened while you were imbibing. This is also a noble thing. You discovered something for science, okay? Other people's sick taste like your own. Well, considering from my limited knowledge of the human body that it is the same alchemical concoction that dissolves food in her body as is in yours, I would say that that scientific statement is correct. And given that you have not imbibed in quite some time, and given that you also were trying to do the right and just and noble thing, and bring her outside where she would not wreak havoc upon the bar, as well as protect her while she was mid-spew, and she decided to kiss you after completely emptying her stomach contents onto the ground and letting it splash, although you did not let her drink from a puddle. Given everything that I have heard and read here today, absolved. Mostly because an upchuck in that club was a month ban. Well, we can't have that, can we? Might you make a suggestion? Yes, Sister Sophia, please do. Can I give advice for the new year while I wait for more confessions? Yes. Kill all the Xenos you can find, except for the Eldari. Now, I know that the Ecclesiarchy doesn't particularly care for me to say this. However, I will tell you flat out that there is a thing that is currently happening in the Imperium. We have ourselves an Imperium Secundus, and the Imperium Secundus is run by the Lord Commander of the Imperium, Robot Girlyman. And Robot Girlyman has himself an Aldari girlfriend, and if it's good enough for him... ... Considering Brother Sober had to spit out the chunks, it would suggest that she hadn't quite emptied out her stomach. Well, alright, that is true. Still absolved, but that is accurate and true. You do make a valid point. But yes, kill Xenos, except for the Eldari, because if a hot goth Eldari girlfriend is good enough for our Lord Commander of the Imperium Secundus, Robot Girlyman... ... We'll leave it at that. But kill all the Xenos. Cleanse the heretics in fire. A holy fire. Well, the Sober was aware of this at the time, around 10 minutes later, when I had to bellow at the taxi to stop on the dual carriageway and hang her out the door so she could finish. Oh, so the confession itself is actually only half a confession, as she was only about halfway done, and thankfully, she was in the eye of the storm, as one might say. Emperor, Jesus, oh. You were quite lucky she didn't travel through the eye of the puke maelstrom and try to come out the other end while kissing you. Incredibly fortuitous. Also, one moment here. I'm just looking for something. Just looking for something. Really, really quick, because you brought up a taxicab. Now, I know that where you are from, taxicabs are black, for the most part. Also fortuitous that she did not yak in the taxi, as that is a £50 fine. Yes, that is fortuitous, absolutely. Now, this is something that I've noticed, and normally I would not go this far as to say this about an Adeptus Astartes chapter. However, I did find something out. And it needs to be brought to the attention of all Imperial citizens. So, you do not make the mistake that some have, who have also been executed for it, because that would be bad. There is a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes known as the Lamenters. Now, their base color is yellow. However, there is one thing that you needs be aware of. They are not the Imperial Fists. And I can tell you this, that the Lamenters have a very distinct looking pauldron. Unfortunately, that incredibly distinct-looking pauldron makes them look like an early to mid-20th century yellow taxicab. The Bathmobile was black, fortunately. Well, that is good, because you don't want to do it in one of these, or in one of these either. If you're puking all over one of these, you're in trouble, but either way, they still look stupid. I just figured I'd bring that about. Now, as far as other things that you can do for the New Year. One thing that you can do is you can immerse yourself in the knowledge of the Imperium. Now, you might be asking yourself why. The reason why is because you are required to be here when there are certain things that occur, such as us going back to help Captain Titus during the events of Space Marine 2. Also, when we have to help out the Blood Angels and the Dark Angels in the new Dawn of War game. And also, when we have to assist the Imperial Guard as our own chapter, the Promethean Shadows, in Total War 40k. Whenever that absolutely does, in fact, release, which we're not entirely sure of yet, but it will happen, trust me. The other thing that we can do during the new year is there is a very specific button. And if you have the means to do so, and you have the gumption to do something, I say you hit that button. That button is called the fuck it button. Now, it doesn't mean literally fuck a thing. It just means to say fuck it. You are being given the permission to say fuck it, I'm going to do a thing. And you do. Hit that fuck it button. Don't actually fuck the button, but you know what I mean. Hit the button and say fuck it. Your lives as Imperial citizens are usually rather short, mostly because of a Xenos invasion, or some sort of chaos incursion, or for whatever reason the planet has to be deemed exterminatus, or for whatever reason you do a thing and it doesn't go well and you end up getting caught and you are excommunicatus traitore, things. There are plenty of things. You could be hit by neutron particles going faster than the speed of light. You could be hit by a lasgun and melted immediately. You could have Slanesh fuck you with a broom handle. The truth is, we really don't know. That's why Imperial citizens' lives are incredibly short, and that's also why Cadia, before it fell, had a recruitment of 71% of the entire population of the planet. And their birth rate was that of the actual recruitment percentage. Instructions unclear. Fucked button. Nuclear meltdown. There is no nuclear meltdown. There is zero nuclear meltdown. No, you cannot watch. Why would you want to watch someone being evaporated by a lasgun? That doesn't make any sense. Why would you want to watch Brother Sober fuck a button? Sister Bleached. Welcome back. We have learned quite a few things, and I'm sure that there might be more that we can learn. Maybe don't scroll up if you're eating. Yes, that might not be the best thing to do. I believe in my eloquent way, I might be able to save the contents of Sister Bleached stomach. There may have been a confession that a certain person, whom I will not name as we will keep it anonymous, decided to help out a friend who had to regurgitate in a bar. And they brought that friend out to regurgitate outside of said pub. All is fine. Well, things took a turn for the odd when she decided to kiss said confessor. Being drunk as they were, said confessor kissed her back. Unfortunately, there was some residue that was left over, and come to find out, it might have been a little solid, but the good news is that she was in the eye of the puke maelstrom when this occurred. And we only know this because after they took a cab from the bar to wherever they were going, she had to hang herself out the window to go through the other end of the puke maelstrom. No, I will iterate this until the Lord Emperor grants me peace in death. Papa and or Grandpa Nurgle does not love you for who you are. He loves you for what you can do for him, willingly or otherwise. No, they were not. Thankfully. No, it was not a follower of Nurgle. And you know how I know it's not a follower of Nurgle? I can bring it up. I know that it is not a follower of Nurgle, and I can easily prove it. And I know this because I thought of this the other day. And this, if I'm being completely honest, is about the most accurate thing that anyone has ever said in the Imperium. This entire universe is based solely on farts. Hypothetically, someone kissing you who has thrown up 20 minutes earlier might, while kissing you later, make a sound a little humph and hypothetically scare you shitless, and cause you to hold her at arm's length because better safe than sorry, hypothetically. Yes, hypothetically, this is true. But this entire universe is based on farts. Now hear me out. the Imperium, everyone, with the exception of yours truly, is holding in a fart and has been for a long time, and their anger, ruthlessness, and xenophobic tendencies are determined by how long they have been holding said fart in. Now for the Tau. You have one fart among millions. That's it. They all share the same fart. For the Eldar, there are too many farts and they cause too many problems. For the Dark Eldar, they believe that farts are kind of hot when they're coming from those who are being tortured. Orcs are quite literally vegan farts. Prove me wrong. Tyranids, the farts propel them, and they consume to keep farting to be propelled. The Necrons themselves are so angry because they cannot fart, because they are robots. And that's just the filthy Xenos. Now, Chaos, Khorne will absolutely make you fart, whether you want to or not. Tzeentch will ask you these questions. Did I fart? Did you fart? Did the Emperor ever fart? Do I even know what a fart is? The answer is maybe. Slanesh would tell you that farts can be kinky and they do not kink shame, but it better be the best damned farts in the entire universe. And finally, Nurgle would tell you flat out that he is all of the farts. So just remember, the next time you are in a void ship, and you think it's funny to give a present to Papa Nurgle, and you have to go into the lavatory while in the warp, which, by the way, is still genuinely considered a bad idea, and still highly frowned upon, you do not want to give Papa Nurgle a present. Mostly because he will reinsert said present forcefully. It is the wisdom of the ecclesiarchy, I agree. This is how it works. This is why I was chosen to be your ecclesiarch for the next few days. Nurgle worshippers call that second breakfast. Think about it. Think about how awful it must be to be a servant of Nurgle. He's the god of pestilence and decay and death. And what happens to a body when it decays and when it dies? That must also mean, by the transitive property, that he is the god of farts. Now, it is written in many, many reports that when an army of Nurgle appears, their stench can be smelled for miles and miles away. Who in their right mind would ever go, "Oh God, it smells like eggs and asparagus. I want to be a part of that"? That would be awful, don't you think? Only the eggs and asparagus cult. Well, that is true. That is very true. That would be pretty bad. Not going to lie. Now, finally, we are coming to the end of today's Mass, but there is something that needs be done before we leave. We have ourselves one more prayer. One more prayer. There are no space rats in the Imperium. They all exploded. There is one more prayer, and one more time, I will recite it in High Gothic. And then I will recite it in English. For those who are not well versed in the Imperium's lingua franca. Imperator est lumen nostrum ducens, dignum spe generis humani, in tenebres cum umbrae minantur, imperator nobiscum est animo et rei. The Emperor is our guiding light, a beacon of hope for humanity. In the dark where the shadows threaten, the Emperor is with us, in spirit and in fact. Brother Daystar, you are here, just in time. We have learned a great many things about some of our brothers and sisters here today. But before we go, one more time, Sister Cecilia, I implore all of you, to please go and follow Sister Cecilia and the hymns of the Imperium. She has many different socials, and I will give you what I believe to be some of her best work. We will be listening to 2 more songs. One we have already played. One more I will give you as an ending.
Spiritus dominatus ipsa vita, orbis orbem claudit, ad est. In manus tuas, mio imperator, nos spiritum commendo. O Domine, libra nos. O Domine, libra nos.
There is one more that we will be listening to, and then this Imperial Mass will be concluded for today. But remember, tomorrow we have ourselves another one. Now, I will not spoil what we will be talking about tomorrow, but you might want to be here. It will be interesting, to say the least. And of course, I can't find the damn thing. Give me a moment. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Mass and then Rogue Trader. Yes, absolutely. More Rogue Trader. I just have to find the thing amongst all the other things. Damn it. Where is it? No, don't hit that. That would be bad. Because then they're just all going to go all at the same time. And that would be dumb. Ah, wait, no, that, alright, well, kind of. Give me a moment, we're almost there. It's here, somewhere, I think, maybe. Where is the damned thing? I know I saw it. It's somewhere here, No, I want... Ah, here we go. Perfect. A beautiful song to end us out on.
What song, O wind, from shadowed glades, where roots bind earth and bone, where leaves once flashed with silver breath, now ember shadows shine. Fell beast once stalked the morning, their red-clawed fury proud, but steel and star did still the night, and death wind no more howled. Then rose Osirai Fedudao, when Owen crowned the dawn. The quiet woods found breath to sing, and dared voice Gobaith's song. Oh, the forest of our father, where the silent echoes dwelt, now the streams taste bitter cinder, and the old songs have no tongue. blows a wind from hollow heights where iron shadows lay. You carry dust from broken roads and salt from eyes grown dry. The chasms yawned with secret dread, the peaks were lost to sight, yet hymns of heareth shuddered on, and stubborn hearts took flight. And vows betrayed, once forged in light, now scar the faithful deep. Their broken oaths lie silent in the starless halls of sleep. Oh, the forest of our Father, where green banners climb the sky. Now the streams taste bitter cinder, and the old songs have no tongue. What cry, O wind, along the banks where shattered waters lie? No mirror holds the forest now, the reeds are cracked and dry. The river, once a living thread, now lost to lies and flame, its course erased by nameless grief, its song no voice can claim. A father's face dissolves in ash, a duty drowned in woe, while hope and hearth and brother's oath are swept where dark tides glow. Oh, the forest of our Father, where the shadows linger long. Now the streams taste bitter cinder, and the old songs have no tongue. Oh, the forest of our fathers, where the shadows linger long. Now the streams taste bitter cinder, and the old songs have no tongue.
Forgive me, please.
Thank you once again to Sister Cecilia for allowing her music to be played and to enlighten us and to fill our spirits as we go. Thus concludes today's Mass, but we do have a scoundrel. We have a scoundrel who is going to be venturing forth as a rogue trader. I highly suggest you stay to watch. But thank you, Sister Cecilia, once again. You can find Sister Cecilia on Twitch.tv. You can also find Sister Cecilia as Hymns of the Imperium on YouTube. And I would highly, highly suggest that if you want to hear her entire retinue of songs, you can find them on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, under Hymns of the Imperium, and you can subscribe to her Patreon, where she gives insight into what she is working on currently, as well as being able to go through all the past songs that she has made. And she is able to answer questions and everything else there. Thank you once again for joining me on this first day of Sanguinala. We will be back tomorrow where there will be yet another topic that we will discuss, and once again, confessions will take place. Until then, thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you all for being here, Brother Sober, Sister Spoiled, Brother Daystar, Sister Aylin, Sister Sophia, Sister Bleached, Brother Spectre, even though I'm pretty sure he snuck out to go take out the vomit chunks from someone's mouth. Which, given what we've heard before, that one would absolutely be unforgiven. At least the one that we heard was accidental. So thank you all. I appreciate all of you for being here. And also, I will see you all tomorrow for more Sanguinala. Until then. And I is back. How we all doing? How'd you guys enjoy it? You liked it? Good. No, I didn't miss Mass. Not at all. Nope. Totally didn't. Nope. I was doing... There were Rogue Trader things that needed to be done. I was... And I'll be completely honest with you guys. I was incredibly stressed. Because when I heard... I was looking for Imperial hymns for the 40k universe. Come to find out, there's literally only one that GW has ever put out. And it's beautiful, don't get me wrong. But it's only one, and it's 2 minutes long. And, if I'm being honest, it's also not the best quality. By the way, Games Workshop, if you're listening, not that you are, but if just in case, in the off chance that somebody from Games Workshop or somebody who works at Games Workshop is listening, hire me. I can fix your sound issues. Stop recording things as if you're playing them on a tape recorder inside a bucket. Anyway, I was looking around and I found Sister Cecilia, and her voice is just absolutely magical. Absolutely fucking magical. And I am lucky to know now that she is gracious enough to allow me to use her music to use for Sanguinala. And she's very, very kind, and she's very, very sweet. And yeah. So please, 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 one more time before we head on over and do more Rogue Trader. Those are most of her socials. She is at twitch.tv/sister_Cecilia here on Twitch. She is also on Spotify. She is on Apple Music. She is on Amazon Music. And she has a Patreon. And that is her YouTube channel. She got to subscribe before the first song finished. Thank you. She is incredibly talented. She does all the music herself. Whether that be putting it through filters and having to do things. When you hear more than one person singing, yeah, that's literally just her doing it. She literally sings all of it. All of it. She sings all of it. She is phenomenally talented, and I really wish her nothing but the best, and she deserves it. She absolutely deserves it. She does the best that she can. She takes her time, and yeah, she doesn't stop until a song is perfect and exactly how she wants it to be. So yeah, please, please, please go follow her on Twitch. Go subscribe to her on YouTube. You listen to her stuff on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music. Subscribe to her Patreon. From what I understand, her Patreon is free, and she gives you insight into what she's working on and how she's working on it, and gives you updates there and so on. Yeah, she's awesome. And hey, if you do follow her on Twitch, tell her that Shadow sent you. Tell her that Shadow sent you, and that he wishes her the best, and he enjoys all of her music, and that you enjoy her music too, because it's phenomenal. It really, really is. So I'm glad everyone had fun. I'm really, really glad everyone had fun with it. I gotta put it back on here so I can turn this off, which I know sounds dumb, but I have to. Hang on, how do I do this? Here, and then here. Yes, I fixed a thing. Fantastic. I'm amazing. What I am going to do tonight, because I didn't think about it, And I was like, oh, well, I mean, you know, hey, it's going to be Adam and so on, and it's going to be a couple I didn't think, and I don't have anything set up for my cam right now, so the cam will be off for the rest of the night. However, I'm still going to be here, and we are still going to be doing more Rogue Trader. I just have to change things over, but tomorrow I will make sure that all I have to do is turn on the damn lights, and then we'll be ready to go. I just don't have the green screen set up in order to do it at the moment, so yeah. We'll go without the camera for tonight, and then we will do more Sanguinala tomorrow. But thank you, everybody. I'm glad you all had fun with it. Really glad you all had fun with it. Off-cam night is allowed. Oh, it was a lot of fun. It really, really, really was. And I just, yeah. As soon as I heard her music, I was like, oh my god. It was one of those deals, you know what I mean? Like, how can you not love it? She, that voice, though, you know what I mean? It's just, wow. The scary bit is you have a lot more confessions than that ever so wild one. Well, good. Good, good, good. Oh, by the way, Bleached. We're done with, Jungle World. We are done with Jungle World. Well, no, actually, sorry. Yeah, no, we are done with Jungle World. We're actually in the ship right now. How did Jungle World go? Well, let's say that I decided I really needed a hot Eldari girlfriend, and I wasn't going to piss off her boss. And I'm still going to get paid either way, so who gives a shit? And the people on the station are going to be fed anyway, so it's kind of win-win-win, nobody blows up. I'll put it that way. Uh-oh, what's this? How do we react to the lady in charge? Oh, we told her she was an idiot for trying to lie, and then she went to try... Well, she tried to admit everything, and we said that she was full of shit, and her assistant, who was actually a follower of Slanesh, decided to stab her in the back of the spinal column at the base of her neck, and she bled out, and then we followed her assistant down into the depths of the sex dungeon, and then we killed everybody there. No, I didn't get to kill her myself, but we did kill everyone in the sex dungeon. So I at least had that going for me, which was nice.
This Explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
It was a very evil sex dungeon. Holy crap, was it an evil sex dungeon. Again, I'm not here to yuck anybody's yum, but my god. I was like, wow. And who now deigns to... Oh, there's Tia. How you doing, Tia? And who now deigns to grace us with their presence? Another gaggle of heretics and traitors, thirsting to get their due for what they've done? Or is it the leader himself who has finally grown tired of hiding behind others? This, by the way, is supposed to be good old Auntie. She's also dead. We had a funeral for her and everything. Theodora von Valancius is before you, and she looks grotesque. A hole yawns in her wide chest. Rusted hooks protrude from beneath her skin, and a lumpen, inflamed scar cuts across her throat. The figure flickers as though it is dripping in and out of reality. She looks at you with whitish eyes of a corpse and smiles venomously. Rogue trader, we meet at last. I had grown so tired of waiting for you to pay me a visit. Theodora's look is appraising, and her mocking tone turns to one of distaste. Indeed, centuries of selfless toil and effort, and everything I left behind has gone to this non-entity. Argenta's eyes spark with fury. Warp illusion, be gone! Argenta, my dear, there's no need to make such a fuss. Why don't we sit down over a cup of recap like we used to? I'll listen to your rapturous tales of sacred relics, portents, and your special path. You must have been so lonely here without me. No one else is willing to listen to your ravings or help you with your childish treasure hunt. Theodora laughs melodiously, almost without mockery. You are not Domin Theodora. Keeble's eyes blaze with fury. The Undying One does not relinquish souls that come to him. Such is the absolute truth. You are a thief of names. Foolish child, your world is limited to the darkness of the lower decks and the words of your vizier. You know nothing of truth or death. You do not even know the first thing about yourself. Theodora's voice is dripping with venomous condescension. What are you? Theodora's lips curl in a malevolent smile. What, you ask? You dare say that to me, little boy? I am Theodora von Valentius Massifo Afscaris, rogue trader of the Imperium and commander of this void ship. Alas, my glorious voyage through life was ended in the dullest possible way, by death. A nuisance I have staved off as long as I could, but do not weep for me, my boy. I am still keeping an eye on my property, and punishing all those who failed me. Theodora bares her rotten teeth in a snarl, her laughter piercing. You are not Theodora. Theodora is dead. There is no coming back from that. I'm dead? Well, how is that? I'm no different from those who have not yet crossed the divide between reality and eternity. I see, I speak, I remember the wrongs you all committed against me, and for all those who failed me, I have already begun exacting my retribution. I truly am Theodora, the remnants of herself that she left behind in this world. I am an echo of her memories preserved in the minds of those who cared for her. I'm the taste of tears split for the unsaid and the undone. I am the terror of who she failed to turn the tide of fate and who refuses to look truth in the face. I am as real as any human passions that bring worlds to ruin. If you're Theodora, then tell me, who really killed you? Oh, wouldn't you like to know the answer to that question? I don't even know which would be more satisfying, to give you an honest answer or to leave you to languish in your ignorance. We'll see how you conduct yourself, little boy. What do you want with me? Why were you waiting for me? Theodora warily rolls her eyes. Matters are so dire that the pleas of one of my servants breached death's veil to reach my ears. How could I ignore such a desperate cry for help, and from my little Adira, no less? And once I appeared here, of course I had to meet the pretender who has allowed this deplorable state of affairs. Where's Adira? What have you done with her? Me? What have I done with Adira? Theodora laughs mockingly. All I did was turn that little mutt from the fringes into a true servant of the Imperium. I gave her toys, I cleaned up after her antics, I provided her with everything she could have ever dreamed of. Oh, I had great plans for poor little Adira. I'm sorry we could not help you, but you do not belong here. Theodora tosses her head back and laughs. The scar on her throat opens with a wet sucking noise, curving into a horrible facsimile of a smile. He feels sorry for me. I can turn the music down, yeah. Hang on, I don't know why it's so loud all of a sudden. Unless it, like... There we go. Yeah, it's... I don't know. Here, we'll do this. That should help. Maybe. Yeah, that's better. No! The only one worthy of pity here is you, boy. But do not expect any. I'm not here to console you. Oh, no. I am here to seek retribution against all who failed me. My brainless crew, my useless officers, my pathetic servants who turned their backs on their mistress in her darkest hour. And worst of all, you, my dear heir, you who have undeservedly claimed the warrant and everything else that is mine. I will drag all to the warp with me, including you. Oh, really?
As it should be.
Cogitator's readout system data storage has been damaged. People's remains have been hideously mutated. Flesh seems to have melted at the edges and is thickly coated in sticking mucus. Ew. There's a worker? What the fuck? Huge shell ready to be loaded into the macro cannon breach. Okay, well that's not good. Right. Looks like they're all pretty screwed, I think. Maybe. What is going on here? Where did it go? I saw it right here. Hurry, hurry before the Lord Captain gets angry. Well, this can't be good. Oh, no. There we go. Where is she? I clearly remember her being around here somewhere. Oh boy. Oh no. Ah, there you are, my little coward. Why won't you look at your Captain Idira? It's wrong. It's all wrong. Look at her, boy. My little Idira is utterly trapped in her visions. No matter, I will allay your doubts. Lord Captain, Idira turns her head to you, but her demented gaze only rests briefly on your face before sliding away. Up close you can see that the base of one of Idira's temple implants has been blackened and melted. No, wait, Lord Captain, Lady von Valancius! Idira raises her eyes to Theodora, who stands before her. Tears stream down Idira's cheeks. You came back! Theodora clucks her tongue in sympathy, reaching out tenderly to stroke Idira's hair. Oh, little Idira. There, there. How could I not come? You were crying for me so desperately. Your pleas carried to the very depths of the warp itself. The smile suddenly drops from her mutilated face. Why didn't you save me? Why didn't you warn me? Answer me, you insignificant wretch, or I'll drag the answer out of you. Theodora's fingers dig into Idira's scalp, meeting no resistance.
Why did I not foresee this?
Idira lets out a soul-chilling howl and tries to grab the hand tearing into her, but her fingers pass through the monster's flesh. I didn't hear anything. I couldn't hear anything that could have had anything to do with you. I'm sorry, Lord Captain. I failed. Idira breaks into a strangled scream and you feel the air around you grow rapidly colder. Argenta wordlessly swings her weapon around and aims it at Idira, who is struggling in the monster's hold. The Sister of Battle looks at her without an ounce of doubt or mercy. Argenta, stop. Argenta wrinkles her nose at your shouted command and lowers the weapon by a few centimeters, but she does not put it away. Idira, I am your captain, not her. Listen to me and snap out of it. Idira shrugs and goes limp, then she blinks, disoriented, and looks at you. Lord Captain. Damn it! Theodora shoves the psyker away with a low snarl. The rogue trader's body begins to change, losing its human shape. Chaos will devour you. It will devour everyone responsible for my death. Die. Die for the delectation of my lord. Oh no.
I will cast you into eternal darkness.
I will fight if I must.
Really? All of them too? Well, that sucks. Okay. She's a chaos creature. Who'd have thunk it? I know, right? Warp Beast, Blue Horror, Mutant, and then Irliet, Mutant, Idira, Blue Horror, Pascal, Mutant, I'm assuming. Oh god, we are way the hell at the end. God, my rolls must have sucked. That's awful. In every way, shape, and form. What's going on, Corgi? I must kill Chaos. It's true. Very true. Alright, I'm gonna put her on the back here. Barnabas can do the same, because he can help out with these idiots. Cassia, I want you here over cover. Kibala. I'll leave Kibala there. I'm gonna put Pascal there, and Argenta, you can go there for now so that if this explodes, you don't blow up. And that should take care of CC and one-on-one. Oh, nice. Okay. Ow. Dick. Okay, wait a minute.
I am not your slave. Hear you moving, no more.
Good job, idiot. Okay. Can I?
You cannot force me, Elantak.
I'm not trying to.
If it serves your cause.
Hang on, this is still, like, really fucking loud all of a sudden. Turn the master volume down a little bit. Maybe that'll help. And then I can turn this back up. Turn this down. Try that. Head around Armored Core 6, friend of mine, got it for me as a gift, quickly relearning how much I truly suck at these games. It takes a little bit of practice, but you'll get it.
They who discern the future on the battlefield.
Well, oh, okay. Okay. She's just screaming. Okay, Pascal, I want you... Yeah, I want you here.
Request denied. My vow is to serve.
Okay, well that's not good.
I'll do what it takes.
Oh, God. Great. Blinding grenade. Just what I fucking wanted. Okay. Awesome.
I shall not fail.
Might be here a minute. Take a break from farming in Diablo 4. Probably gonna go back to that real quick. Well, fair. It happens.
The shadows will see it done. Trust me.
Oh boy. This is not going well. I wonder.
I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
Ancestors guide me.
Nice.
I will not.
You will. See? Told you.
That is foolishness.
Nice. Okay, now... Can't hit that one, can't hit that one. Damn it. How about this? Aha! Actually, wait. Good. Good. Come on, go for it. Nice. Okay. Okay. Melta.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Shit. I forgot to put on my Melta. It's only a flamer. Balls.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
A Melta would have been really nice.
I'll do it. As the Emperor commands, I act.
We get to change weapons from time to time as well. Fair. Also, my voice just really cracked. Holy shit. It was like, ah. Okay. How did I make that shot? Oh, not a rifle. Yeah, that's basically where I was at with that one.
Let me tend to your wounds. Do you think my body was suffering?
Yes.
Action of a step towards our ultimate victory.
As you try to use a snub revolver. Yeah. Like, that didn't go well. Ow. Asshole.
These ruby flashes are choking me.
Okay. Go out here. That's not gonna do a whole lot. Okay.
I am
Kill
not
him
your
first.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
Kill this one.
This tedium is beneath you.
Nice.
I understand your intent.
Cover me!
Oh, good. That was a fantastic, awful, terrible thing. I don't know what she's doing. She's just doing. That's what she do. That's Argenta. Argenta's down, which is bad. I'm gonna... What am I gonna? Yeah. Expose weakness on this little idiot. I haven't exposed anything. Balls. So, Cap, also, by the way, how you doing? Okay. Got that. That's nice. Now.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful.
Over here.
I venerate you, machine spirit.
Nice. Okay. I'm digging it. Ow. Dick. Okay, time for the splorts. Let's do it.
As the tenets demand. Death comes in silence.
You're damn right it does.
Trust me. Caught by the web. The shadows will see
I'm
it
not
down.
the
My
enemy.
blade
Sorry. Sorry.
I'm not the enemy.
I know I was dumb. I apologize. Sorry.
As honor ordained, let your soul be purged.
Here.
Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Good. Please don't overpen.
A waste of blood.
Damn it. Do it
If
again.
it serves your cause.
And a miss. Good job. Way to go. Nice. Not nice. Balls. Okay.
Now, do something!
Yes, go over there.
Feel cold.
Nice.
I shall endure everything with unshakable faith. And so shall it be done.
Okay. This. That one's dead. Hit this
May
one.
my wrath be thy undoing. I will not. Your corrupt way has failed you.
Nice. Okay. Those are all dead, which is really nice. Now I just have to worry about everybody down here.
If I must.
You didn't even try to shoot down the stairs. You shot the air. That's not how these things work. There you go. Like, I don't know what she was thinking when she did that, but whatever she was thinking, it wasn't good. It's just, yeah, fuck it, I'm just gonna fire straight. Okay, well, that's not how elevation works, but we'll go with it.
Function successfully terminated.
The void being full makes you mess. I mean, it could. It's just funny. You know what I mean?
Emperor, give me strength.
Oh, I can't get that dickhead, huh? Okay, tell you what then. I will...
If I may.
do this.
Swift and silent.
Don't have line of sight. I do on him, though. That's nice.
This tedium has been... I deal death with my hands.
Nice. Okay. Now, get this idiot.
Me? If you insist, Lord Captain.
Oh, good. Argenta has decided to grace us with her standing. You know, I might be able to make it down there. Do shift 5. Shift 1. Don't stand next to the giant red barrel.
Be the fire in my heart.
Yes, be the fire. Be the fire.
Ministration is a holy task.
Didn't hit, but you know what? That's okay. I'll take it.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
I'm literally just out of reach. Okay. Well, I tried. Your team decided to split up? Jeebus. Wait, how can I not? That's kind of weird. Okay, Irliet should be able to take both of them easily.
I move as if unseen. Stop trying, monkey. You cannot force me, Lantak.
I have to reload. There we go. That makes a little bit more sense.
I am not your Zeke. That is beneath me.
Everything is beneath you.
I understand your intent.
And you missed. The straight shot, and you missed. Doing great. Proud of you.
Advancing.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed to being ordered around.
There we go.
No more.
Easy peasy. So because my team decided to split up, as in two idiots stood by the doors, I entered and I had not noticed, so battle started and they were all the way over there. Yeah, that doesn't help. Adira stares at you with crazed eyes while clutching the wounds on her head. At first, no sound comes from her moving lips. Then she coughs weakly and whispers, Lord Captain, is it really you? Argenta trains her weapons on Adira and watches you closely. This abomination claims that you called her. Is this true? Me? Did I? Yes, Lord Captain, I think it was me who called her. I can barely remember. The voices, my old good whispers, they suddenly turned red, sharp. They started cutting, like tearing, ripping me to pieces. I cried out, I called for help, and she came. Adira groans and clutches her head. Damn it, why are the voices making so much noise now? Shut up, shut up! Has anything like this ever happened to you before? Like this? Never! Well, there was something, but it was different. It wasn't as strong or as terrifying. Apparitions appeared, mechanisms malfunctioned, the crew lost their minds, Adira breaks off. But Lady von Valencius knew about that. She said it was a small price to pay, an acceptable expense. No psyker is immune to it. But what happened here, it was just a mistake. I won't do it again. Adira stretches her lips in a helpless smile, looking past you. There will be no more mistakes, Lord Captain. I don't like that. Why is she smiling? Why is she smiling? Are we gonna have to kill her? Argenta grits her teeth. This is not the first time this heretic has caused the death of her crew. Do you remember the incident on the mid-deck, Adira? What did those honest souls ever do to deserve such a fate? To be turned into mutants and attack their own families? You're a monster, a heretic. If you have any humanity left in you, admit what you are. Shut up, Adira moans. Quit your preaching. You're the worst out of everyone here. The previous rogue trader has been seen on this ship recently. Was that your doing? Yes, Barnabas. I did it a couple of times when I'd had too much to drink. At the time, I thought I heard her voice among all the whispers in my head. The voice was so sad, so clear. I couldn't help myself. I answered. I hoped I could reach her there. Adira bites her lip. Ever since she died, since I first heard her voice in my head, the whispers have gotten louder, clearer, harder to resist. Bleach, are we gonna have to kill her? Are we really gonna have to kill her? The warp tricked you. It played upon your feelings. I can understand why, but that is no excuse for what you did. Forgive me, Barnabas. I know I let you down. I let everyone down. But it started off well, didn't it? You didn't shoot me or chase me off. All I had to do was keep control of myself, and the two of us would have gotten along fine. I threw away my chance. She falls silent for a moment. When she next begins to speak, it is in a barely audible whisper. I know what you're thinking. During the warp jump, when Lady Theodora came out toward us, I keep thinking about that meeting. I keep blaming myself. Why didn't I divine it? Why didn't I stop her killer? These thoughts have been playing at the back of my mind day after day, choking me with guilt. And you know what? The one on the officer's deck, I don't know what that was. This time here, this was the product of my guilt. An accuser straight out of my own mind. So what am I supposed to do with you now? Adira turned sharply to face you. Barnabas, I know after everything I've done, you have no faith in my willpower or my strength, but I can fix everything. It's just I'm not at my best, you see, but maybe we can find a way to replace my implants, or some other remedy, a better one. Lady von Valencia said that such a thing could be found, if not here, then elsewhere. I just didn't need it before, but we just need to find it. We need to figure out where to look for it, and we'll get it, and until then I'll keep myself on a tight leash. What will happen to my crew while we look for this remedy? Adira swallows and straightens. I'll pull myself together, Lord Captain. The death of Lady von Valancius knocked me for 6. I'll get myself under control. No more booze. No more obscura. Nothing. And I'll stop walking around the lower decks. I'll be stone cold sober. She determinedly wipes the tears and blood from her face. I want to help you, Adira. We'll think of something. Adira covers her face with her hands and tries to hold back her sobs. Thank you. Thank you, Barnabas. I won't let you down. You are making a mistake, Lord Captain. Perhaps you will find something to slow the decline, but it will not stop it. Only a miracle can save Adira Talas now. Adira awkwardly shakes out her stained clothing. I think I'd better... With your permission, Lord Captain. She sways, takes a step back, and faints. Lord Captain, the Voxmaster shaking voice comes over the comm bead. I received a report that the shouting on the lower deck had stopped. I presume you have brought the situation under control, awaiting further instructions. I got rid of the warp's illusions. Adira is alive. Bring her to the Chirurgeons and have them see her. You hear unconcealed relief in the Voxmaster's voice. Of course, Lord Captain, as you command. Good. We didn't have to kill her, which is nice. I like that. But, I mean, like, why did you have to choose this way? You couldn't have, like...
I hope the Domin bringing a Xenos into his retinue is some kind of elaborate trap.
Voxmaster was friends with her until she started to pull away. Yeah.
Otherwise, the prey might find its neck snapped before the trap can slam shut.
Yeah, I remember them being friends. I definitely do remember that. Okay. Is there anything else that I currently need to do? We gotta talk to Adira. So I can get a glimpse of an ordinary serf's life. No, that's not it. Chapter 2. Ah, okay, those are the worlds. Lady Navigator is at odds with the crew, which is causing serious problems on the ship. The Voxmaster has asked the Rogue Trader to speak to Cassia to remedy the situation. Where do I do that? I might as well get this stuff done now. So where do I do that? You have that feeling yet that I might not be worth the effort? That it's easier not to. If so, you might want to listen to that. Pope Daddy, why do people make me handle them like this? I never make new what? Whoa, hang on. I need context spoiled. What happened? People are stupid and do not know how to socialize properly with strangers online. I would also probably argue that just people are stupid and don't know how to socialize, period. Sadly. I'm just saying, like, I don't know. There's a ton of idiots. I think online people think like they can get away with more. Oh, absolutely they can. They absolutely feel that way because they can hide behind a keyboard, right? Unless you're like showing them pictures of yourself and everything else and so on, and like inviting them into your real life. You know, they can absolutely hide behind a keyboard and do whatever the hell they feel like. Hell, they can just go absolutely batshit nuts if they really want to. Once you're face to face, they have to do better because they will get punched. Even then, I have this theory. And it's not a perfect theory, but it is a theory. My theory is that there are people who are so, what's the word I'm looking for? Desperate for anything. Doesn't really matter like what they originally show up to, right? But they're literally desperate for anything. Whether it just be attention or whether it be just somebody to dump on or whatever. It just, I don't get it, but I feel like a lot of the time they just, as soon as they get behind a keyboard, they're like, oh, I can do anything and everything, and that's pretty much it, right? It doesn't matter, because there are no consequences to this. Yeah, being female led me to get away from all MMOs or co-play like that. Maybe we need to ship those people a square of sod since they don't go and touch the grass outside. I mean, sadly, I don't think touching grass is going to help them. Maybe smoking it. Smoking it might be the problem. I don't know. I mean, I've met a lot of people who have been high, and hell, I mean, I've been high, right? I'm like, usually once people get high, unless they're allergic to it, I'm just like, people are like kind of chill. You know, they're just like, everything's cool, man. Just, you know. I don't know. I get what you're saying, and here's the other thing. I will say this. I know this for a fact. 99% of the people who are dudes on the internet are stupid. Galactically stupid. Right? So, and this happens on Twitch all the time, and it drives me nuts. Here's anywhere from a semi-attractive girl, and I'm breaking it up like this for a specific reason, so bear with me. Here's anywhere from a semi-attractive to an insanely attractive woman that is on Twitch, and they go nuts, and they might as well just start jorking it fucking right there before they even say anything. But they get off even more, even if she's disgusted by them, when she notices them, right? Then there are the other end of the spectrum And the reason why I'm putting it that way is because it doesn't matter how good you actually look, but there are two distinct things that happen. The other end of the spectrum is that if you are not somebody who is looked at as traditionally even semi-attractive, they'll just call you literally everything in the book because they don't think that you look good enough, and all you should do is show your tits online because that's about the only thing you have going for you. Guys are absolutely stupid when it comes. 99% of the guys online are absolutely galactically stupid. Galactically stupid. Oh, even attractive women get told how ugly they are. Right, but they get told how ugly they are once they turn somebody down. That's the difference, right? That's the incel thing right there. So, like, they say something and they're like, "M'lady," and she's like, "I no thank you," and they're like, "Slut, whore, ugly fat piece of shit," and it's like, all they said was no thank you. I'm thinking of the guys who said Wonder Woman was not hot enough. Yeah, but you also have to remember, the reason why a lot of people were sitting there and going, "Oh, Wonder Woman's not hot enough," is because even before the whole Israel shit kicked off, they didn't like her because she could also pass for, as much as I hate to put it this way, she can also pass for not white. And there's just as many racist fucks out there as there are sexist. They also say the lady who plays Harley Quinn is a 5 or something low like that. Of course they do, but they're doing it specifically because they're people that also, like, listen to that fucking idiot. I can't remember his name, but everybody knows who I'm talking about, right? Who just treats women like shit and trash, and that's really, really sad. I'm quoting Mephisto to all new candidates from now on. Yep. That could be a lot of... No, he's a guy that made it big on... He was on Twitch for a little while, and then he went over to Kick, and then he was on YouTube, and it was a bunch of different shit. Like Andrew Tate, that piece of shit. And if you don't know who Andrew Tate is, good. Now, this is going to sound really, really stupid, but again, please bear with me. Please bear with me. I have a suggestion. Take it as you will. But ladies, I have a suggestion for you. And it's nothing you did wrong, by the way. I was about to say, I thankfully don't know who Andrew Tate is. Yeah, good. I'm not going to play... No. I'm not... I don't want you to. Here's what I want... Here's what I would suggest, though. Treat them like they treat you. I know that sounds really fucking weird, but I found a long time ago, right? I don't know them either. Bring it on. What's your suggestion? Okay. My suggestion is treat them the way that they treat you. And I know that sounds really, really, really stupid, okay? But the way that these people see women is that they are only good for one specific thing. Also, Spoiled, coming in and gifting a sub to Jojo Jolani. Thank you so much. And Jojo Jolani, welcome in. I gotta wait for Brian, because it's gonna take like 10 seconds, so give me a second.
I_am_spoiled gifted a tier 1 sub to Jojo Chlongy. They have given 517 gift subs in the channel.
That is exactly the problem, and I agree, but just hear me out for a second. Please hear me out. There was, not is, because he's gone now, there was a guy, his name was Patrice O'Neill, and Patrice O'Neill said something very, very, very important that works for men and women. If all somebody has to offer is something superficial, and that's all they are offering, then that is all that they are worth. So if they're coming at you and trying to treat you like a piece of meat because all they want to do is get laid, then treat them exactly the same way, because they are only offering one thing and should be treated as such. Love given so freely is not but pitiful alms. If anyone can have it, why would I want that? Hard pass. You and Patrice O'Neill are totally on the same wavelength, right? If somebody is so incredibly desperate, right? If somebody is so incredibly desperate, like, oh, you want dick? You want dick? Okay, well then treat them like the absolute chud that they are. That's it. That's all you gotta do. Just treat them like the absolute, complete idiot chud that they are. Because that's all they're offering. Seriously, that is all that they are offering, and it's not worth your time. That's it. You don't have to be mean about it, but you can absolutely be straightforward. Well, no, I'm looking for something that actually means something, not you. You know? Totally agree. It's hard to do when people care too much or just don't have good self-esteem. That's true. And it might be a self-esteem problem. It very well could. But unfortunately, it's one of those things that they kind of have to learn in life, that if they plan on trying to make anybody happy, that they got to kind of be secure and happy themselves. Otherwise, they're just going to be nothing but baggage. And that's all they're ever going to be. I talk way above their heads, and I'm pretty sure they go away thinking I'm crazy or holy shit, I wasn't ready for that one. No, that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Because maybe they kind of have to reevaluate all their crap. Just trying your whole time to be better and look down upon all other people is just a lot of work and depressing. That's the whole thing. You don't even have to look down at anybody. You just treat them in kind. That's my suggestion. You just treat them in kind. If all they're offering is something that at best is superficial and might feel good for a grand total of about 5 to 10 minutes, and that's all you're ever going to get out of it, then treat them exactly as they're trying to treat you, which is nothing but a piece of meat that you're honestly just not interested in. I mean, that's the way those dudes seem to think they have to act. It seems like the most worthless life ever. I'll let you in on a secret. Typically until dudes get into their late 30s. Totally entertained by the deer in the headlights response. Totally fair. Typically until men get into their mid to late 30s. Unless they've had to do everything the hard way up until then. Generally speaking, they are going to go from one extreme to the other in most cases. So, even if they go, hey, so you want to go out sometime or something like that, and you say, no, you know what, I really like you as a friend, but I don't like you that way, they are going to go to the extreme and go, oh my god, she friend-zoned me, this is the worst thing ever, and they're going to take it to one extreme or the other, right? This is also another reason why I say when it comes to men, puberty does not end for them until 6 months after they're dead. Because they will just, it's like flipping a switch. It's true. It really is. It really is true. I was talking about Beowulf, and the original text was told that I was being a snob and no one would want to date me for it. Oh no, so sad. Also, it was English class. Oh god. I totally believe that about guys. Here's again. Unless we have had it rough and we've had to actually grow up and face the real world and realize that our shit don't work that way in the real world, then chances are that guy is going to be galactically dumb. Women can also suck majorly, but at least they can hide it better to strangers. I mean, there are definitely signs. And to be fair, and I've told the story before, I don't think Cap and I don't think JoJo have heard it. But I also, you remember the speech to text story on my first smartphone. I don't blame the girl whatsoever for never texting me again. Had a guy the other day insist that he would call me Roddy and I would call him whatever pet name I chose. I told him, you might not want to leave that up to me. I'll call you Little Puddle, and he asked me to explain, so I told him that water by default always occupies the lowest possible point, typically under my feet. True. Some women don't hide things well, and a lot of women do suck too. It's not a gender thing. People being ass. No, and I agree. I totally agree, but there are things that most women have to deal with, if not all women, that most guys will probably never experience. Sadly. Had one woman who wanted me to move in with her after 3 months and threw a fit when I said no. Oh boy. Okay, well, here's the story, because Sophia hasn't heard it, I don't think Cap's heard it, and I don't think JoJo's heard it. This was back in the days of, like, the iPhone was, like, the biggest thing in the world, right? The iPhone had really just come out. Everybody and their mother wanted an iPhone, and they thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. And then shortly after, Android came out with their stuff, right? So my first smartphone was an HTC One, and it had two things which were really, really cool. It had two features. It had text to speech, and it had speech to text. And speech to text also worked with my Bluetooth. So if I was driving, I didn't have to even look at the phone. Somebody sends me a text, I make sure text to speech is turned on. The phone will talk to me into my Bluetooth, and then I hit one button on my phone while it's sitting in its cradle, and then I can just talk back, and it'll write everything out in text, and then I just say the word send, and it'll automatically send. Okay, cool. This is also the time where dating websites were like a massive, massive thing. And I was on a couple of them, and I met this one girl, and she was actually really nice, and she and I got along really well, and we talked for a little while, and it was easily a few weeks. And then I finally said, hey, you know what? I'm really enjoying talking to you, and, I find myself wanting to, come online and talk to you more and stuff like that, and maybe we should exchange numbers. She goes, okay, cool. We exchange numbers, we send photos of each other back and forth to see what we actually look like and so on. And then finally, I gather up the courage to say, hey, you know what? Maybe we should go out on a date. You know, maybe I can take you out, go to dinner, or we can go to an amusement park, or we can go to the movies, or we can go dancing, whatever you want, right? Let me know. You don't need, no pressure. It doesn't even have to be right now. We don't even have to plan it. We can meet someplace if you want to meet someplace so that you feel comfortable. You just tell me where to meet you and we'll do whatever. She goes, you know what? That sounds really, really cool. Okay, awesome. So we set a time and date for when we're going to go out. And I don't know what to expect. And she and I are talking every day. And, you know, I'm asking her how her day's going. And, you know, vice versa. And, you know, we talk about, okay, well, here's the things that, you know, she's annoyed by. Here's the things she looks for. Yada, yada, yada. I do the same. A couple of days before our date, I'm driving home from work. And she and I, it was a slow day at work, so she and I had been texting back and forth most of the day, and she had gotten back home a couple hours before I did, and all that good stuff. And she said that basically, you know, somewhere in the middle of me driving home, she'd probably be cooking dinner, and she may call it an early night. And I'm like, okay, no big deal. But we're still talking and everything, and I'm driving home, and I can't remember what we were talking about, but there was kind of a lull in the conversation, and I pick up, I put my Bluetooth in, and as I'm driving, and I say into my Bluetooth, you know, I said, this may sound weird, but I think it'll be a lot of fun, and, you know, when we meet each other, and I'm excited to actually meet you, and it'll be really great to meet you finally in person. And then I hit send. Didn't think anything of it. Didn't hear anything from her. And I figured, okay, well, she's cooking dinner. Maybe she got busy, right? Whatever. I get home. I make dinner. I'm downstairs. I'm on my computer. I'm watching TV. I'm doing a bunch of other stuff. Don't think much of it. And then at some point I go, you know what? Maybe she went to bed. Not a big deal, right? I'll talk to her tomorrow. Wake up. Going to say good morning to her because I woke up, because she and I had been talking back and forth, and, you know, hey, good morning, good night, all that good stuff. Hadn't heard anything from her all night. Pick up my phone and I look at it. Now remember, what I said was it'll be really cool to finally see you in person. What speech to text sent her was, it'll be really cool to finally see you in prison. Never heard from her again. Yep. I don't blame her for never talking to me again. I don't. Imagine being a woman who finds a guy that, okay, you know, maybe he's got his quirks and everything like that, but generally speaking, he's better than 90% of the people. But there's always that thing lingering in the back of your head going, God, I really hope he's not a serial killer. And then all of a sudden getting this fucking text that goes, it'll be really cool to see you in prison. I can't really say I blame her. You know what I mean? Y'all been talking all that time, and suddenly there's a strange text. Wouldn't you text back with a what the fuck? Again? And here's the issue. At the time, I was in my early 20s. She was in her early 20s. weird shit would happen. You know what I mean? She was attractive. I'm sure she got hit on all the time. I'm sure that I've been told that there's been some like insanely weird shit that women have been asked on dating websites, right? Really weird shit. So imagine being a woman who has to deal with weird shit for the sole fact that she's on a dating website, and some of it is severely weird. And then all of a sudden, after having your guard up for so long, you meet somebody and you start to let your guard down a little bit, and they tell you, oh yeah, no, it'll be great to finally meet you in prison. Might change some things. You know what I mean? I kind of sort of blame her. If you made plans to go to a park or dinner, why would she think you're in prison? I don't know. Some girls just aren't adventurous like that. She sounds vanilla, dude. Bullet dodge. I mean, chances are, yes. But, to be fair, again, kind of shocking. Because it wasn't like I went, oh yeah, it'll be great to meet you in prison, LOL. You know what I mean? Like, it wasn't sent as a joke. It was sent sincerely. So the way that it was worded, they probably would have looked at it and go, wait, is he fucking serious? Hello? And this is where the other like thing comes into play, right? You guys know my sense of humor, and that's all well and fine, but I also wasn't sitting there like texting her pictures and, you know, like taking a picture of work and be like, oh, at the crime scene, LOL, and like all that stupid crap, right? I wasn't doing stuff like that all the time, so it was just like I was trying to be a decent guy and everything, and I was, you know, just trying to be genuine and everything. And so when somebody who is genuine and being genuine sends you a text that genuinely says it'll be really cool to finally meet you in prison, oof. You know what I mean? Like, that, yeah. So yeah, I never heard from her again. Granted, I don't necessarily blame her. I mean, again, if somebody had sent that to me, you're right, I would have texted back, what the fuck? And, you know, hey, somebody would explain, oh, hey, listen, I was driving, it was speech to text, I meant in person. Oh, okay, that makes a lot of sense. Fine. But I also can't discount that when it comes to women in dating sites, there's some really weird shit. That's illogical of her. Oh, God. I'm just saying. I can't discount it. You know what I mean? I don't know all the crap that women have to deal with online. Honestly, I don't want to. I already know too much of the crap that women have to deal with online. It's bad. It's kind of a bad day. Please tell me he's not walking. Oh, thank God. When did I get a servo skull? Maybe it's the Astropathic Chapel? No. Aha! Yes. Wait, Cassie, why would Cassia be on my... I need to talk to her. Hello? Is it attached to you? I mean, it's following me. That's Bob. See, look, watch. Bob's following me. She should be on the bridge. That's Keebler. That's the Technomat. Because I have to tell her to stop being crazy pants. Maybe she's over here. I don't know. I found out when you get Bob and other Bob, they auto-attach to you. I didn't know I got Bob in the first place. Master Helmsman, Bridge Office. Oh, wait, there she is.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Right. Yes, Bob is a servo skull. So he is literally just a skull with a bunch of crap stuck in his head that floats around. I have heard rumors that you are not getting along well with the crew. Whoa. Panic flashes her ruby red eyes, and your hearts start beating a little faster while your hands go cold.
Not here. I'm begging you. Aren't noblemen supposed to discuss such things away from the servants?
Oh. Let us go to my study. No one will disturb us there.
Then lead the way, and I will answer all of your questions.
Right. Also, I hope you don't mind if I take a fat dump. You don't have to watch. My apartment is about 82,000 square feet. Makes kink-shaming noises. Oh man, girls are weird. If I came home and a strange naked woman was in my shower, it would be the best day ever. If I did that same thing, well, nothing bad would happen. She'd be happy because I'm handsome. But if we're ugly, she'd call the police. Women, am I right? Oh, God. Okay, but to be fair, I've had a situation where there was a naked woman in my bed. And I didn't invite her. This was in college, but she was also plastered. And so was I. And I thought it might not be the best idea in the world. So nothing happened. What is it you wanted to talk about, Lord Captain? I have nothing to say to your unfounded accusations about my conflicts with the crew. I cannot recall my having a single quarrel with any of your people during my entire time aboard. Was it with Lacey Chabert? No. No, it was not with Lacey Chabert. It totally was not with Lacey Chabert. No. I wish it was. What a nice guy, right? No, I know who it was, and it definitely was not Lacey Chabert. Okay. It was the one time. Alright? I never saw her again. She never called me. Which is sad, but life goes on. The messenger that you rebuked butchered his own family and then killed himself. I haven't rebuked a single errand boy on this ship. Cassia ponders this for a moment. I think I remember. A kind young man with a shy smile and skillful fingers with too much rotten ochre on his shoulders. I grew tired of the disgusting color and advised him to lighten his burden by casting the weight off his shoulders. He did not come the next day, or ever again. During the warp voyage, you gave the wrong orders, which led to the vessel shifting off course and the service bay being destroyed. I saw something in the warp. Something vast. Predatory. Shimmering with indescribable colors. It came from nowhere and and stared at the ship with hundreds of hungry eyes, right there in our path. I decided to change the course while it was still possible, but did not want to sow panic. Would it have been better to tell the crew we were heading straight into a monster's gaping maw? I mean, that's true. That's true. The officers are reluctant to be quartered next to your chambers because of the constant emotional outbursts it causes them. Some even maim themselves and others. I already told you I cannot control my abilities. What else do you want from me? Will I be assigned a Periarch chaperone, or will you put me in suppressing shackles? Right? I'm gonna go fuck off and watch documentaries or some shit. Need to try to regrow a few of the brain cells the internet cost me today. Just remember, if the Emperor had a text-to-speech in which he could talk with us, he would say that a man with the name of Gog Van Dyer is a man whose name screams, I'm going to take both of your eye sockets and put my penis into them. Kinky. I just want to watch. Sounds like a fun Friday night. But, spoiled. Have yourself a good night. Always love and appreciate you being here. And, yeah, be back for more Adam tomorrow. Because there is more Adam. We got 4 more days of him. Would you mind telling me why you needed 100 species of bird and what you use them for? Admittedly, I am at a loss myself. The day we arrived on Footfall, I sent a request to the ship's quartermaster and asked him to get me a songbird. But he never asked for clarification, and shortly before we left I had a countless number of cages delivered to me, all wrapped in bright red panic with flickering tints of fear. There was a bird in every one. I was so excited I thought I would have 100 friends instead of just one. They were squeaking so piteously, I let the poor things out. I even fed them my breakfast and dinner, but the stupid birds would not stop chittering even after bedtime. They were dashing about the room, smacking me in the face with their wings, and defecating. I became angry, and suddenly they started pecking at each other's eyes and attacking me. Then I became afraid, and they fell over dead. I do not think I want to keep pets anymore. I mean, that's fair. I think I've heard enough. Will you share your thoughts with me? Don't have any pets? Yeah. They tend to poop. Also, apparently, they tend to kill each other. Woes dog your steps, but we will find a way to defeat them. I promise. Your kindness knows no bounds, Barnabas. Cassia lowers her silver eyelashes. I will endeavor not to cause you any more trouble. Very well. Since we are done with this misunderstanding, I would like to change the subject. It would only be fair for me to ask you a few questions now, wouldn't it? Cassia hesitates and continues in a less confident tone. Do not mistake me. I'm not going to accuse you of anything. It's just that you are most worthy interlocutor. You are the most worthy interlocutor on the ship, and you are always so busy. Oh boy. What would you like to ask? I read a treatise by Pysius de Mobius very recently, who claimed that the subjects would never believe their new ruler was better than the old one unless the old one had been a tyrant. No matter the circumstances, the lowborn rabble became deluded about their prospects and rebelled in favor of their base desires. What do you make of that? Oh. You get this as a woman as well, so not likely a romance step, but not sure. Okay, well, my persuasion is dog shit. It's actually less than dog shit. So that one's not gonna work. I'm afraid I do not have an answer. I'm not familiar with the works of this scholar. Perhaps I was mistaken about the vastness of your knowledge. I hope you will be able to answer my other question with more grace. Oh, thank you. Perhaps I thought you smarter than you were. Thank you so much. According to the 20 tomes penned by the preacher Oistak Istvan the Forgotten, mercy and cruelty go through the world hand in hand, but people flock only to one pan of the scales. Would you rather inspire fear in your followers or be magnanimous and choose awe? I like the fellowship one. One must be a tyrant, a friend, and a jester to one's subjects. What matters is that to clearly discern which role is required at a given moment. So much power in your words. Power that makes me want to join you. I understand now why your subjects are eager to follow you. We may not think alike, and I do not always understand your motives, and yet, may I be candid with you? Oh no. Please do continue. I must confess that sometimes I can hardly bear the burden of the house has placed upon me. I feel I'm not doing my best. Tell me how you, heir to a protectorate, can bear the responsibility for billions of lives day after day and not stoop under all the weight. Oh, I mean, that's easy. It's just masturbation. But that's not a choice. I'm back. I made a leftover beef sandwich. Nice. Welcome back. I have a paper that says God says I do what I want. Yeah, pretty much. Beef, some roasted parsnip, and mint sauce. That actually does sound really, really, really good. It's not always easy, but I try to lead the dynasty toward prosperity by worthy means. Thank you for your patience, Barnabas. You are helping me to see the world in different colors. A novel experience for me. Our conversations hold a special place in my heart. Allow me to bid you farewell for now. I'm heading back to my chambers to consider today's conversation. Okay, bye! Since God approves, I don't care. I mean, that's true. Alright, time to take a bath. Rubber ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun. Pascal's thing with this always cracks me up every single time. Oh no. This house collects novelty rubber ducks. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Yes. Address the Master of Ablutions. I wish to see someone from my retinue. Which of them would you like me to summon, your lordship? Oh, yours does. Oh, boy. Argenta, I wish to know what the Sisters of Battle do in their spare time. At once. Barnabas, are you conditioning your body with water treatments? How commendable. Allow me to share some of the water exercises I learned at the Shola Progenium. Argenta does not wait for a reply, but immediately launches into a series of detailed instructions. But I do not... Argenta's enthusiastic zeal is so contagious you cannot help but follow the sister's lead as she demonstrates each exercise. Argenta briskly explains how to stretch your muscles correctly. She makes you repeat each exercise multiple times as she teaches you the best way to do bends and squats. Her eyes are alight with righteous fire, and her voice rings out with conviction. She shows the same dedication to completing each exercise as she does to destroying heretics. Dear God. The sister is tireless, but you do not have her stamina. Your burning muscles beg for mercy, and your legs cramp as you gasp for air. This is not exercise, this is torture. Argenta wipes the sweat from her brow with an air of satisfaction. Good work, Barnabas. A healthy body is like a finely tuned bolter, a worthy instrument of his will. I will take my leave now. Rest and recover your strength. I asked her to the tub. She went all muscle mommy. God damn it. Actually, I changed my mind. I didn't want them. I guess I finished my ablutions for now. Immediately. Soapy heresy. Soapy heresy. Wow. Wait, where is my elevator? It's over here, I think, isn't it? Yes. Long? Where is my automobile? Automobile? Lake. Big lake. The donger, yep. Okay, hers is done. Let's go here, maybe? Secrets of the Cult. Talk to Heinrichs about the Cult of the Final Dawn. Oh, he's on the bridge. That's planets. I still gotta do that. Let's go talk to Heinrichs. He's on the bridge. I don't know where, but we'll find him. I don't know if the Sororitas will approve. They hear about this. She's got the nickname Sister Soapy for like a decade. Yeah, but you know that'd be really funny. You know that'd be insanely funny. Where are you, Heinrichs? Are you over here? Well, that's Cassia. We already talked to her. We know she's not crazy pants. She just... Pets are probably a bad idea from now on. And we know this, so... We got that going for us, which is nice. There's Argenta. She taught us how to squat. There's Heinrich. Where the hell is he? There he is. Heinrich looks at you intently, his head tilted. You wanted to discuss the nature of your mission.
Yes, but not here. I wouldn't want our conversation to be gossip fodder on the bridge and in the officers' mess.
Is that Cam Clark? Can anybody look up who voices Heinrichs? It sounds like Cam Clark. Because I'm just literally waiting for Heinrichs to go, "Did you like my sunglasses, brother?" Heinrichs nods slightly. Thank you for finding an opportunity to talk. I trust now would be a good time to explain the reason for my return aboard your ship. Christopher Tester, unless I googled it incorrectly for you. Chris, it is okay. I mean, everybody's saying Christopher Tester. It just sounds a lot like Cam Clark, unless he's using a pseudonym, but I don't know why he would. Cam Clark is huge. And this would be an amazing universe for him to voice act in. Unless it's like a Jodie Swinton thing, which is entirely possible. Chris Naturally RP? Yeah, no, that's not him then. So it's definitely not a pseudonym. He just sounds really close to Cam Clark. I welcome the chance to assist the Inquisition with its inquiries, Van Calix. Lord Captain, your enthusiasm is commendable. The interrogator smiles, but his eyes remain cold. To business, then. The Cult of the Final Dawn. The madmen preach their heretical doctrine among the denizens of the Coronis Expanse and instigate crimes against the throne of humanity. One such crime took place in your protectorate. The Lord Inquisitor considered it necessary to have one of his acolytes accompany the rogue trader on the voyage into the corrupted region. I also need to meet with one of my observers on the capital world of your domain. A chaos cult in my protectorate. Heinrichs, are you laying an accusation against my dynasty? No, I don't want that one. That would be dumb. I want to know more about this Cult of the Final Dawn. Yeah, let's do that. Need to go to bed. I hope you all have a good night. Sophia, have yourself a great night. Always love and appreciate you being here. And I'm glad you had fun tonight. And, yeah, have yourself a great night, and we will see you next time. Chaos worshippers. Most often, agents of the throne run into lone renegades, stirring up the rabble. Insane prophets and hysteric visionaries, preaching the end of days, a passing comet, a mutant rebellion, an onslaught of monsters. Each time they come up with a new reason why people should prostrate themselves and quiver in fear. Much effort of the blood of those loyal to the Golden Throne was spent before we established the connection between those heretics. However, the Cult of the Final Dawn is something greater than a gaggle of misguided seers and fortune-tellers. They cleverly spread their agents all over the Coronis Expanse, disseminating heresy among honest people on the Imperial worlds. There is a certain strategy to their actions that changes whenever we get too close, and finally, they have enough military power to have had the two ships that we had sent after them later discovered as wreckage. The growing difficulty in making warp jumps is detrimental to us, but is unlikely to inconvenience those who engage in vile sorcery day in, day out. Heinrich sighs. After the events on Rykad Minoris, I suspected the cult might have built its nest inside Winterscale's domain, but the latest reports indicate it is your protectorate that is harboring heretics. Being in your entourage improves my chances of getting closer to their secrets. Oh, you have spies on the Von Valancius worlds? The Cult of the Final what? I swear I heard Dong. No, Dawn. The Cult of the Final Dawn was absolutely the Slanesh chapter, but we chopped that fucker off. And then beat it with both hands. The person I mentioned is not a spy, but a secretary in the Administratum Department on Dargonis. The planet's governor and Theodora were fully aware of his status. His duty is to fulfill the sacred oath to the Golden Throne and eliminate the threats to the Imperium, which the Coronis Expanse has in abundance. Never beat it with both hands, carpal tunnel. Oh, God. His name is Achilles Scalander. As soon as we contact Argonis, I will introduce you as the new head of the dynasty. I'm sure you will appreciate the presence of such an advisor among your subjects, and I suggest you heed his words at least occasionally. Right. The Lord Inquisitor mentioned in his letter that he is willing to show lenience toward my actions that would otherwise be interpreted as radical. Heinrich nods. That is correct. I should show greater tolerance for the mistakes of a newly appointed rogue trader. To be frank, I am surprised. The Lord Inquisitor is not the type to indulge in the weakness of soul and mind, even in someone who only recently accepted the burden of a lofty title. Right? I've already agreed to give you a place aboard my ship. What else? The rogue trader should deliver me to the system that contains the industrial world of Kiava Gamma. I will then accompany you to the surface and determine what the cult is planning and how it intends to use the resources that have fallen into their clutches, which may very well include the blessed engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus and even the followers of the Omnissiah themselves. I will be Frank. All right, Frank, I'm Barnabas. The answer to this question is unlikely to please either of us. The machinations of chaos usually go beyond solely inflicting countless deaths and destruction. Having their plans come to fruition would lead to far more terrible consequences. One of the systems in the Coronis Expanse is already lost. May the Emperor protect us from watching this tragedy play out again. Why did your suspicion fall on Kiava Gamma? Disjointed pieces of data that finally merged into a single picture. Additionally, not long ago, a vessel from that world arrived on Footfall. The reports from the crew were confused and alarming, making me fear a planet-wide rebellion. We met a Chaos Space Marine on Rykad Minoris. Do we risk running into his brothers? I have no doubt it will happen sooner or later, Barnabas. Chaos Marines siding with the cult is very, very bad news. Most likely, they kept away until recently, pulling their puppet strings from a respectable distance. The traitors seldom show up alone. Best we can count on is having to deal with just a squad of Chaos Space Marines in the Coronis Expanse, and not an entire company. That would suck. Yeah. I won't let anyone throw their weight around on my worlds, be they servants of Chaos, Xenos, or heretics. A commendable aspiration for a person who holds the fate of billions of people and dozens of Imperial worlds in their hands, which is why you need to be ever more vigilant when looking for seeds of corruption on your planets, lest they sprout someday and spell doom for whatever is tangled up in their roots. Right. That is enough discussion about the archenemy's servants. Tell me about the Drukhari who stole Rykad's son. Heinrich winces. The Drukhari, one of the branches of the Eldari, an ancient and vicious Xenos race, those creatures are a living terror to ordinary people who fall prey to their raids. For the simple reason that their victims are not killed outright, but instead become their playthings. Just as you and I need air to survive, the Drukhari require psychic energy born from torment and pain, which they extract from their captives with uncanny expertise. By the way, for those of you who do not know, the Eldari are basically space elves. The Drukhari are basically dark space elves. Or space dark elves. One of the two. Either way, the Eldari aren't too bad because the Lord Commander, Robot Girly Man himself, has an Eldari girlfriend. But the Drukhari are kind of fucked up. Way back when, they got really into a lot of sex. And they got into so much sex that all the sex got boring unless they started adding a lot of pain. And when I say a lot of pain, I mean somebody was getting the broom handle with no lube. Kind of pain. Or worse. Long story short, because they came into a lot of pain, like, I'm gonna pull out your tongue and rip it off because you're gonna lick the carpet 30 feet away while we just jackhammer fuck. Kind of deal. Trillions of Drukhari did this. And their wanton desires for lust and excess and pain literally created the god of excess. And they are called She Who Thirsts. The Drukhari literally fucked a god into existence. And that broom handle wasn't going where you think it should. It's true. It was not going where you think it should. Nope. Their ships, which are difficult to mistake for any other, arrive suddenly and undetected. Their stealth technologies greatly surpass the capabilities of standard Imperium auger arrays. The objective of their raids is never to capture a world or a ship. No, they are only interested in fresh victims. After filling their holds with living captives, they disappear into the webway, a different dimension which conceals their greatest stronghold, Komarak, the dark city of the Drukhari from which none can hope to escape. Heinrich studies your expression. I do not know why the Drukhari stole Rykad's son and brought about the fulfillment of the cult's prophecies. Perhaps the Xenos themselves have played into the archenemy's designs, or perhaps Aurora's divinations in fact describe the Drukhari's actions. There is only one thing I can say with absolute certainty. There is no alliance between the cult of the Final Dawn and the Xenos. It is simply impossible. I must go about my business. Is there anything else I need to know? Let me put it this way. You may think whatever you want of me, but my goal is not to hinder you. I'm here to help you in the fight against foes you may not even be aware of. You have my word that I will provide every assistance in uprooting the heresy that has sprouted on the Von Valancius worlds while their master was away, and that I will try to be more patient with the less grievous flaws the bearers of the warrant are sometimes known to have. Heinrich inclines his head. Thank you for sparing your time, Lord Captain. Right. Can I go fuck up a planet now? That'd be awesome. We need the splorts. Oh, yeah, that's right. You gotta help me with that thing. That's right, because I need Stallone. That's right. What's the name of the god they fucked into existence? It is Slaanesh. Slaanesh. Wet sandwiches into toilets and mock fuck. Yes, that's exactly what we need. Prometheus is fucking sending me. Okay. So you have to travel to Mundus Nullius. Right. Where is that? Is it... Oh, shit. Okay. So, I gotta go here. Warp travel. God damn it. My apologies, Lord Captain. The enforcers report that your pet Eldari is in a foul mood and is moving toward the captain's bridge. We didn't dare to stop her, but I expect that you have a difficult conversation ahead of you. Oh, no. That sounds like a cream for something embarrassing. Sounds like a foot cream, doesn't it? Uh-oh. Here's my hot Eldari girlfriend.
Please spare me a brief moment of your time, Elantak.
Iliad quietly appears beside the throne, exhaustion and anger set upon her brow.
Azurion knows that I do not care about the curious glances of Monkey. I grew inured to them back in the blossoming gardens of the Lilithon. They curse me from afar. They follow my every move. They ward themselves against me. Let them. After all, what can be done with such weak-minded, primitive creatures?
No, she's not Goth Mommy. No. Keebala is Goth Mommy. You'll see her probably in a minute.
And still, one monkey stunt has caused the cup of my patience to spill over.
Uh-oh.
She dared to approach me, to speak to me, and touching my hand.
Oh.
She suggested that we withdraw somewhere private.
Nice.
She wanted Morag. The mere memory of it stirs up a tempest in my soul.
My people have behaved contemptibly, and I apologize for it.
Accept your words, Elentark. And still...
And still what?
Try to imagine, Elentark, being lusted after by a wild beast. It is foul, disgusting, so vile that it makes your very soul shudder.
That one 100% locks you out of romance. Oh, the number 4? Yeah, probably. Okay, so when she says wild beast, she's not talking about, like, you know, the trashy romance novels that are like, she was taken like a wild beast. Nothing like that. It's more like a rhinoceros wants to fuck her. That's how she looks at it. Not very attractive. You know what I mean? She wants the Prometheus. Oh, God. That's a bad thing? I mean... Does anybody want to get railed by a rhinoceros? They roll in their own poop and mud. Cap does. Well, fair. It's like, I went on safari and the cheetah is humping my leg, please get it off me. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Wait, what? There are more? Hang on. Oh, God. No, don't. No. I shall speak to my subjects. You will not be bothered again.
Your words warm my soul. Very well. I will leave now. Do not forget your promise.
Don't worry, I won't. I just need to go blow shit up. Can I please go blow shit up now? I already had to talk to Crazy Pants Third Eye Blind. Who apparently got 100 different species of bird and they all ended up killing themselves for zero reason. It doesn't help that humans look at them as animals as well. I mean, that is true. Oh, that's Mundus Valancius. I need Mundus Nullius. Which would be... somewhere? Question mark? Wait, what the fuck? Unending War. To the Imperium, that's not it. Soto's Tomb, Avoris, Omicron, Trinidos. I thought that said Pelvis Platinum. I was like, what the fuck is that? Cranach, Tenebris Aquai. First game to feature rhino horn sex. It broke new ground. Oh, God. This is a shipwide announcement. For the Emperor's sake, stop groping the elf. I like my head still attached. That will be all. Right? Let me find a map. I could have been totally wrong. I'm only seeing Mundus Valancius. No, I'm seeing Mundus Nullius. It's right below Mundus Valancius. I'm just dumb. Got it. Okay. Chart new routes. Lord Captain, I keep receiving reports about malfunctions among the various ship systems. This time we are dealing with inexplicable temperature fluctuations. Thermal control failures were observed not only in individual compartments, but even in the soldiers' protective equipment. Several crew members have suffered from burns and frostbite. The tech priests are performing the rites of the machine spirit pacification and remain convinced that the issues were caused by the spirit's obstinacy and defiance. The reports claim the incidents remain well within the scope of expected performance parameters. Over the last few days, complaints about the malfunctioning thermal controls have dwindled, but the crew members have started whispering that our vessel is haunted. The tech priest's assurances that only the machine spirit's tempers are to blame are doing nothing to dissuade those ridiculous rumors. That makes you feel dumb. I was at the library trying to scan a document last week and couldn't get it to work, thinking it was turned off. Turns out I missed the massive scan now button. I will now be known as Lord Captain Daystar. I have spoken. Oh no. Oh no. Dear sweet Jesus. Oh. Rubber Ducky, you're the one. You make bath time lots of fun. Why am I sitting on the wall? Well, this certainly most will not do. It appears no one has listened to my command, and the Panda Express remains open. From henceforth, Panda Express will be banned from this ship. 28th day is a bitch. Clearly, I require a small neon button that says, press your dumb fuck. Okay, but to be fair, like, copiers and fax machines are hard. Even for people who grew up with them. Because some of them, you get the really big green button that says scan. Others, you get a smaller, like, yellow button. Right? You get a smaller yellow button that doesn't say much of anything and has, like, the fucking little diamond with the exclamation point in it. And it's not a big square one, it's a teeny little rectangle one. And then you have the one that's red, which doesn't make any sense, because red means stop and green means go, but they use red anyway because, I don't know, they're Australian? And then it just, like, none of it makes sense. Meanwhile, all you want to do is photocopy your balls, and they won't let you. Ain't no one banning my Panda Express. Day likes his chicken kung powie. Okay, but you can get mall Chinese food. And it's so much better. And you don't bleed from thy anus. Okay, to be fair, it very well could have just been like the Panda Express that I went to. But I actually do have a story. So, I was working for Habitat for Humanity, and I was one of the guys who would go out and I would pick up all the donations of furniture that people would donate so we could bring it back to the store, fix it up, work on it if we needed to, resell it, and then the money would go towards building people homes. My buddy Adam and I, it was getting close to our lunch break. Well, actually, it was way past when our lunch break should have been, but we got stalled at one of these, like, stops where we had a lot of stuff we had to grab. So on the way back to the store, and it was like maybe 5 or 6 city blocks from the store itself, we stopped off at Panda Express thinking, what could go wrong, right? All we have had up until this point is literally a coffee from Dunkin' Donuts. And Dunkin' Donuts, because we live in New England, it's like drinking water, right? So we know it wasn't that. So we stop off at Panda Express, we grab a big old thing, and there you have it, right? We grab a big old thing of... I can't even remember what chicken it was. I think I had like orange chicken and he had something like General Tso's. No, it's not General Tso's. Down here it's General Tso's. Up in New England it's General Gao's. Right? So we had that. We had lo mein. We had fried rice. We had the fried shrimps. We had the little like fried chicken fingers. We had like all the stuff. It was great. And then we get back into the truck. It is here in New England. Yeah, it's General Gao's in New England. Yeah. Which, I don't know of a General Gao. I need to look him up. Anyway. So, we get back into the truck. And he's driving, and I'm riding shotgun. And I shift a little bit in the seat. And everything needs to come out immediately. We haven't been out of Panda Express for more than about 3 minutes. And everything needs to immediately come out at about Mach 5. And I look over at Adam, and Adam's trying not to actively shit his pants. Like, I felt that I needed to go. He was trying not to. It was the worst 6 city blocks of my life. Every crack in the road, every little speed bump, every pothole, every manhole cover that we went over, we were in excruciating pain and felt like we were going to die. We finally pull the truck up behind the building. I'm having trouble getting out of the truck. Adam, with the truck still running, throws the thing in park, bolts through the back door into the bathroom. Our boss looks at me, and I'm sweating profusely, and he goes, "What's wrong?" And I told him what we had done, and he goes, "Oh, well, that doesn't sound good." I was like, "No, I think Adam is literally dying in the bathroom." 45 minutes go by of me holding this, right? This is like a cork trying to stop the backflow of literally the house Blackwater just come rushing out. I am barely holding on. Finally, Adam comes out of the bathroom. Yeah, wait 45 minutes holding that in. Sweating the entire time. Not feeling good, obviously. Pale white. Adam finally comes out, and I go, "Oh my god, dude, are you okay?" He's like, "Yeah, everything's better now that I don't have to worry about there being so much blood." Needless to say, mine wasn't much better. That was the last time I ate at Panda Express. And by the way, I can tell you exactly which one it is. I can absolutely tell you exactly which one it is. It's awful. Never go there. It was in New England, yeah. It was in New England, sadly. Hang on, let me bring it up. Let me bring it up. I need to know which one now. Yes. Yes, you do. Do 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 do. Looking for it. Looking for it. Where are ya? Aha! Found ya. Okay. Now... Perfect. Yes, this is the one. Panda Express. 125 University Avenue in Westwood, Massachusetts. No, not Walpole. Oh no, not Westwood. Oh, good, you're aware. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it wasn't Walpole. It was definitely the one in Westwood. Because I used to work at the Restore in West Roxbury. Yeah, the Restore is great. Restore is awesome. You grew up in Jamaica Plain? No shit. Sourback, how could you have let this happen? An assassination attempt upon the rogue trader in his own chambers, right under the noses of your enforcers. Fierce growl rumbles deep in Abelard's throat. Master-at-Arms radiates grim fury. Her eyes are dark, her lips pursed. With a practiced hand, she removes the maul from her belt and offers it to you. An unforgivable error. I accept full responsibility and ask for due punishment. No, not Jurassic Park. Jamaica Plain. Jurassic Park. Oh. Yeah, Jurassic Park, Massachusetts. Established in 1993. I mean, I'm jealous, oh god. I want an explanation, not vain self-chastisement. Put that weapon away and report. Sourback hesitates for a moment before putting them all away. Understood, Lord Captain. Reporting. Want to watch lawyers die horrible deaths? Jeff Goldblum was my neighbor? There you go. That Shadow's backstory on how he became Triceracop. Oh god, Triceracop. No, because you said... Oh, God. It's just... Okay. All adjacent decks have been isolated. We've begun our search for the culprit and have set up investigation headquarters on the officer's deck. The substance has been analyzed and confirmed to be blood, containing traces of major mutations. While it poses no risk of infection to your lordship, the very presence of such genetic aberration on board is a serious threat to the safety of the ship and must be addressed promptly. One word of this gets out, many among the crew will surely see it as a brazen challenge to your status as a rogue traitor. Had to go downstairs because my cat is growling. She's growling at Snow. Nice. What genetic aberration? The heresy of mutation. Mutants are vicious beasts who sow only ruin and death. They are devoid of all humanity, and the vile blood that runs through their veins feeds their unclean thoughts and urges. Numerous accounts speak of entire colonies falling prey to bloody uprisings staged by these creatures, all because the governors were too squeamish to order genetic purges. I'm growling at the Snow too, don't want to clean it tomorrow. That's totally fair. I got her when in California. I think she's never gotten over the hate of Snow. That's fair. My cat is growling at me because she wants Panda Express and doesn't understand the concept of business hours. I used to have a cat. I told this story the other night. I used to have a cat. Her name was Snickers. And Snickers loved only a couple of things when it came to eating. She loved her dry food. She loved the wet food and preferred it over the dry food. And she also really, really, really loved McDonald's French fries. Now, the reason she was called Snickers is because she was a I'm trying to remember what they called it. It's a white calico Maine Coon. So on her saddle, she had browns and blacks, but the rest of her was white except for the forehead, which had the Maine Coon M, which was also in brown and black. So she kind of resembled a Snickers bar in the inside of a wrapper. That's why we called her Snickers. But she was also very, very, very dainty. So what would happen is, if I ended up getting McDonald's fries, there'd be this little paw that would come up. Didn't matter if they were like, if it was laying down on the table and like they were just kind of laying sideways, or if it was standing up. This paw would come up out of nowhere and would just yank a French fry and dump it on the floor. And then she would stare at me. And she would stare at me not to go, well, what are you going to do now? She would stare at me because she loves French fries, but she demanded that the French fry be broken up, which she had just stolen so that she could eat it in pieces that were big enough for her to eat. So essentially, she would literally just steal a French fry and then look at me and go, now break it up, stupid. What a diva. Oh, she was. She was a total diva. Oh, I am a pushover when it comes to cats. I am an absolute pushover. I used to have 4. I had Snickers, I had Gracie, I had Sadie, and then I also had Tally. All 4 of them were half-sisters. And they all chose me. And unfortunately, Sadie is the only one that's left out of the 4. But, Gracie, I had since she was a tiny thing. Tiny thing. And she she never left my side until she got a lot older, and then would only go so far as, like, say if I was in my bedroom, she'd go to the living room, and that was about it. Different dads? Yeah, different dads. Sadie has just always kind of considered herself the queen. So as of right now, she meows at me when I get up in the morning to make coffee because she wants treats and or wants to be pet. The 2 are not mutually exclusive. She also meows at me when she needs her water refilled. She meows at me when she wants attention but won't come over to get it, so I have to go over to her. And she also meows at me when it's time to go to bed because she is tired, not because I am. And then she also meows at me when I come out to do literally anything because she just wants treats. Then there was Tally, who was a lot like Snickers in terms of it like being long hair, but she was a long hair turtle tabby. And she was big, not fat, but she was just like a tank. And Tally was a cat that if I was laying on the couch, it didn't matter if she actually wanted to be pet or not, she would just use me as a bed. And if I decided, okay, I need to get up while she is using me as a bed, I might get my ass kicked. So yeah. I'm a pushover when it comes to cats. I really, really am. So yeah, Sadie just wants loves and treats. Gracie would never leave my side until she got a lot older. Tally wanted to use me as a bed, and every once in a while wanted to be pet. And I couldn't move if she was using me as a bed, otherwise I'd face her wrath. So I'd have to stay there. And then there was Snickers, who loved... Snickers was actually... She was very dainty, but she also, like, just loved to be loved. So I'd be sitting at my computer or something, and she'd just... All of a sudden, she'd just be right next to me, and she'd be looking up at me, and she... I don't know what was going on with her, but she never meowed. She squeaked. So I used to call her Squeaky. And so I'd hear a squeak, and I'd look down, and there she is. There's Squeaky. And I'd just turn a little bit, and she'd just hop up into my lap, and she just wanted to sit there and be pet. And that was it. And then I'd sit there, and I'd just pet her, or if she didn't want to be in my lap, she'd jump up into my lap and then literally, like, scale my stomach and chest to get onto my shoulders so that she could lay across my shoulders for as long as she wanted to. And she would steal my French fries. Squeaky pets, yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm a sucker for cats. I really am. You don't say. I wonder why somebody we don't consider human and exterminate by the thousands would think to revolt. What a crazy mystery. Alas, the Imperium's enemies are not limited only to those outside its borders. Mutants can become a considerable threat, especially when given the chance to organize. The heretics have revealed themselves and are eager to fight. Then fight we shall. Let the vessel be purged of their filth. What do you intend to do next? As one, every enforcer presents... as one, every enforcer present gets on their knees. Lord Captain, this incident has cast a shadow in our honor. We only ask for one thing, the chance to absolve ourselves of our guilt. Allow me to head to the officer's deck at once so that I may lead the investigation personally. That is precisely what Lady Theodora would have done, entrust the matter to her faithful servants. However, I would still advise you to observe the Master-at-Arms at work, Lord Captain. It may prove enlightening. Should the Lord Captain wish to monitor the investigation, my people would consider it an honor. I am curious to see the Master-at-Arms in action. I will preside over the investigation. Of course, Lord Captain, I will arrange for an area befitting your status to be prepared on the officer's deck. Can I just wanna... I just wanna get to the place, so... Okay. Huh. Chart new routes. Come on. Do it. Fucking... Okay. Apologies for disturbing you, Lord Captain. I just thought you should know the Lady Navigator has successfully guided the ship out of the warp's hold and left the Sanctum Navis. But instead of going to her chambers as usual, she's headed to yours. Perhaps you will want to prepare for this meeting. Oh, I just want to go to the planet. Damn it. Greetings, Lord Captain. I meant to inform you that our journey through the warp went well. My navigator's gaze perceived the light of the Astronomicon beyond the tumultuous waves of the Sea of Souls, albeit with some difficulty. The crew and the master helmsman conducted themselves adequately. My instructions during the jump helped them find their focus and guide the ship without any serious incidents. I never doubted your abilities as navigator, Lady Cassia. My crew is fortunate to have you. Cassia's expression changes subtly as she gives a reserved nod. It pleases me to hear this, Lord Captain. I am equally satisfied with your manner of command. Fidgeting awkwardly, Cassia glances around the study. I see you have many compelling works of art here, but precious few paintings. I, for one, enjoy passing what little spare time I have with a brush in hand. Why, just recently I created a beautiful voidscape inspired by our travels together. I cannot show it to you quite yet, as it still only exists in my mind's eye, but the imagery, oh, if you could only see... I did take notice of the unique elegance of your works back on Yurak 5. I am certain your latest piece will be just as breathtaking. Thank you, Lord Captain. Your gratifying sincerity is wreathed in the light of a rising sun. If such is your wish, I shall show you my work when it is complete. Her furtive smile speaks louder than her polite nod. One other thing I meant to tell you is that I am quite well read, and that my knowledge is not limited to the navigator's craft. I am versed in many other scholarly fields, such as the centenary history of the Calixis sector, or Cassia shrugs awkwardly. Navigators aren't taught to familiarize themselves with the warp from childhood. Should you require my help, that is to say my counsel, my knowledge is extensive, so please do not hesitate to ask. She fiddles with a lock of her hair while still proudly holding her chin high and avoiding your gaze at the same time. Oh, damn. Oh boy. Is this what I think it is, Bleached? Oh no, Bleach left. Bleach is probably going to try and deal with her growling cat. I'm scared. I need an adult. You have been blessed. Wow, my voice just fucking ate shit. You have been blessed with many talents. Would you like to stay here and demonstrate some of them? Cassia takes a step away from you, scorching you with her disproving gaze. Her voice hardens, being aloof. Rogue trader making suggestive intimations toward the Lady Navigator does you no credit. I would ask that you refrain from such frivolities in the future. With this, kindly permit me to leave your presence, Lord Captain. Cassia gives a courteous nod, gracefully picks up her cloak, and takes her leave. Well, fuck. I just want to go to the planet. That's all I want to do. I just want to go to the thing so I can get not Sylvester Stallone as a companion. That's it. That's all I want to do. But every time I turn around, it's like, son of a bitch. Let's be a lesbian, oh god. Okay. Okay. Scan new routes. Balls. Oh, good. Thank God. Scan new routes. Good. Yes. Lord Captain, Lady Orselio is asking where she could find you. I sent her to your study. You can expect her there shortly. Oh, shit. We just talked to her. Lord Captain, could you spare a moment to discuss a personal matter? Cassia's less than graceful movements betray her anxiety. She lowers her eyes slightly and fidgets with a satin handkerchief as she awaits for your answer. Oh boy. I am Lord Captain once again, I see. Surely you know that you may call me by my name. I may, but I will not. I would not wish to overstep my boundaries around anyone, let alone the rogue trader himself. I will admit I am intrigued. What is this personal matter? I'm rather embarrassed to ask you about something like this, but last I was here, I noticed a curious tome on the shelves of your personal library. A rather heavy-looking volume bound in a worn, gilded cover with the symbol of the Adeptus Ministorum on it. Martyrdom of Saint Visteria, I believe it was. Cassia waves her hand in the direction of the shelves, and the satin handkerchief slips out of her fingers. Oh! Cassia takes a quiet breath of frustration, but it does not escape your notice that her ruby eyes are intently observing your reaction. Pick up the handkerchief. Here, you drop this. Cassia gingerly accepts the handkerchief from you, making sure not to touch your hand, then nods in gratitude and looks away sheepishly. Thank you, Lord Captain. I believe I should return to my chambers now. But what about the book? She graces you with a half-hidden smile and swiftly leaves the study. Okay. She's playing hard to get. Got it. Can I go fuck shit up now? That'd be amazing. Show her to the broom closet. What a tease. I know, right? Damn. Here I am, trying to get not Sylvester Stallone. And every time. Just every time. Okay. Right. Captain Sargana's fleet. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is what I was looking for. Finally, holy shit. Lord Captain, the Augur crew has spotted a fleet dead ahead. The dry signature of the enemy flagship matches that of the Heartless. The escort ships are sticking to it like flies on grok shit. Anyway, what are your orders? Give me a tactical report on the enemy. The enemy frigate is heavily armored and boasts a fighter launch bay, which for sure won't be empty. As long as the escorts are around to defend it, trying to board the vessel will be a death sentence. My advice is to take them out first, then attack the Heartless itself. Once the frigate is damaged, we can close in and board it. The bloodbath thing is a void DLC thing. Oh, good. Tell Vigdis to patch me through to the captain of the Heartless. A silken, almost whispering voice fills the air. Ah, the illustrious rogue trader has arrived at last, let me guess. You will now graciously offer me one chance to surrender. Solomon, read this criminal his verdict.
Hey. Captain Sargona, your void frozen remains will serve as a message to anyone who thinks they can lay hands on the tithe and escape justice. In the name of the Lex Imperialis, prepare for execution, heretic.
You can wave your Lex around in the Imperium, lawman, but this is the Expanse. The mighty pass the sentences here. I hope so. That'd be really, really nice. Maybe one of the best. Okay. I need nothing from you, Sargona. I'm coming to take everything myself. The Vox lets out a theatrical yawn. If your ship's weapons are as weak as your threats, then you're already dead. Well, let's not waste any more time, shall we? Show me what you are worth. Space battle. Finally. Okay, that's the Cobra. That's the Cobra. Right. Well, that doesn't look good. Fury Interceptors. Well, shit. No. I want to go here. Oh, so close. Balls. Ooh, wait a minute. Nice. No, I don't want to restart the shields. That would be dumb. Yeah, keep it broadside. Oh, I thought that one was gonna ram. I was like, damn, dude. How did you miss? That's Void Ship Ram. That would suck. Don't do that. Let me see. I do have plasma torpedoes, yes. Attack starting from the next round. When attacking, each torpedo deals 19 damage direct hit and 13 on a one-cell area on a miss, detonating on a proximity fuse. Oh, damn. The hell is that? Oh, explosive void nebula. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. That would be bad. Watching you play and things you're saying, it sounds like Game of Thrones meets Star Trek. Am I off? No, actually you're not. It's the Warhammer 40,000 universe where everything is heresy and everybody speaks like they are a very snobby Brit. And you have a lot of awesome things happen. Oh, you screwed up, dude. Actually, that's not bad because they're going to go after those. That's not terrible. Okay. That's actually not horrible. Not Void Ship Ram. Unavailable. Balls. Wait, where the hell did they go? Okay. Nice. 34. Well, that sucks, but I'm going to do it anyway. As long as there are big booty bitches like in TOS, oh, there are, absolutely. 40K is what happens when a bunch of British dudes in the 1980s get together, drink too much, take drugs, and mash together their love for cocaine, space shit, and explodes. No, it's true. It's actually really, really true. If I remember, I don't know, like, how actually true this is, but there is a story that they made an entire faction up while stoned out of their minds on LSD. Good. Ooh, can I hit? Damn. Hell yeah, I want that job. They didn't mind making everyone shirtless either. You should see the original Custodes designs. Those designs were not... That's true. I forgot about the shirtless Custodes. Holy shit. I completely forgot about the shirtless Custodes. Nice, they're dead. Perfect. Damn it. Damn it, balls. They're going to be in for a rude awakening if they don't do something about those torpedoes. Like a really rude awakening. Edge. I like it a lot. He is over there. That should do it. Do they have money in this world? Oh, tons of it. Insanely capitalistic. Yeah, screw it. Oh, Oh, he got hurt by a lot. Do they have hookers and blow? Lots. Well, let me put it this way. There's also a race of orcs. And I'm not kidding when I tell you this. The orcs are probably the funniest race in the entire game. The orcs are magical creatures that use space magic. The problem is that they're also very dumb. So, as Bleach just said, red makes it go faster. She's not wrong. Because an orc, at some point, painted their bike red. And they thought it made it go faster, and it did. So then all the orcs started painting their bikes red, and because of their combined thought process that red makes it go faster, they automatically go faster. They can literally take a cardboard box and a rock, and on that rock write vroom, because they don't know what an engine looks like, and dump it in the box, and then it will work like an automobile. Because they don't know any better. On the power of belief, true even if it isn't. Yep. Technically, the orc psychic field is no longer canon, but literally everyone I know says fuck that. Yeah, it's true. There's some thought that since the orcs love fighting, and if they all think on something, it makes it so, they are the reason that Warhammer Universe is how it is. Mm-hmm. Yep. There is a story. There's a story of Imperial Guardsmen. Typical army with laser guns, right? They were fighting orcs. And unfortunately, this group of Imperial Guardsmen ran out of ammo. And there was an orc that was just about to charge. And the Imperial Guard, one of the guardsmen looked at the orc and pulled up his gun and went bang! And the orc fell down dead. Because it didn't know any better. And it believed that if it got shot, it would die. And it thought it got shot, so it died. So realizing this, the Imperial Guardsman just went and just started killing all of the orcs, even though he was completely out of ammo. And they killed every single one of them, except for 5. And all the Imperial Guardsmen, all out of ammo, kept going bang, 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 and kept trying to shoot these orcs, and they couldn't. And they couldn't figure out why. They knew they were 5, but they didn't know what they were doing. And they had to wait until they got closer, and closer, and closer. And then they saw what was going on. And there are 4 orcs holding up a 5th one that's planking on top of them. And they couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. They just knew that they weren't dying. They weren't going down until they got a little bit closer, and then they started hearing the chant. And all 5 of them at the same time, as they were running toward them at full speed, kept going, I'm a tank, I'm a tank, I'm a tank, I'm a tank, I'm a tank. That's canon. And then there's... Oh, yeah. Then there's the one where there was an orc who decided while navigating through space at full tilt was going to open the window because he wanted to stick his head out and feel the breeze, which he did. But, funny enough, because they are so dumb, they don't realize that there is also, that oxygen will get sucked out if they open the window. So it didn't actually matter as to whether or not there was a breeze, Because when he was done, he rolled the window back up and everything was fine, not realizing that he had just sucked all the oxygen out of the ship. Orcs believe that purple makes them invisible, so it does. It's true. And their reasoning is, you ever seen a purple orc? Exactly. That's true. They are also plants. They are mushroom people. This is true. All of 40k is delightfully stupid and grotesquely harrowing in equal measure. Not wrong. Not wrong at all. Balls, wrong side. It's okay, I'll do this. Okay, he's going after the torpedoes. That's a good thing. Right. I don't think I'm going to hit anything either way. So I'll go this way. Yeah, there's no way I hit anything here. Perfect. Nice. Where the hell? Oh my god, more interceptors? Really? Yeah, I want to do this. Perfect. Yes. Nice. Nice. More torpedoes out. Hell yes. Damn. That's okay. Okay. Who can I hit? Perfect. Nice. Ooh, he be hurting. Dedge. Okay, can't hit anybody else. That's fine. So let's go here. Good. 8? What do you mean 8? Okay, well, I guess 8. Right up their schnoz. Nice. Ooh. They be hurting. Time for you to go to bed, and it's time to retire to your quarters and treat yourself to sleep. You had a lot of fun. Cap, Jojo, thank you so much, both of you. Have yourselves a great night. Appreciate the both of you being here. Stop by anytime. Hey, hopefully we'll see you tomorrow. Have yourselves a great night. Take care. Thanks for being here. I might just actually win this. Yeah, come around. There we go. Nice. Booyah. Oh, he be hurting. Oh, he be hurting so bad. Oh, yeah. This one's toast. Nice. Hell yeah. Yes, please upgrade. Upgrade would be nice. Lord Captain, the boarding teams are raring to go. The Heartless's Geller field generator is cooked, so no warp driving for them now. And we set off fireworks in their primary drive too. That rust bucket isn't going anywhere. We can begin the assault on the ship right away, but experience tells me this will go a lot smoother if we just deliver a couple more precise strikes. How about we flatten a few heretics between the bulkheads to make the fighting easier for you? Your lordship, I must remind you that the Heartless has been promised to you as spoils. Every new blow to the ship would also be a blow to the dynasty's treasury. Fire on the section just beneath the entry point. We will collapse the elevator shafts between the compartments and leave the enemy without reinforcements. Yes, Lord Captain. Your macro cannons fire several salvos, blasting through the hull. Fire rages in the gaping wound, and currents of pressured air burst forth into the void. An excellent shot, Lord Captain, but what about the repairs, the costs? Perhaps you would be willing to take satisfaction in what you already have achieved. Fuck that. We need to clear out the boarding zone. Revolve, shake up their upper deck. Easily done, Lord Captain. Dorsal weapons leave a visible dent in the hull. Anyone who is near the point of impact has likely been splattered. A stifled wheeze comes from the Vox. I beg your pardon, your lordship, but I fear I must go to my study, take something for my heart, and start putting together the repair budget. It may take considerable time. Prepare to board, Solomon. Are your people ready?
Yes, ready and waiting. I'll see you on the upper deck of the Heartless, rogue trader.
Nice. Yeah, you know what? I like this bunch.
I'll ram a box down your throat next time. Yes, this area is clear.
Oh, damn!
Holy shit. With the sparest of movements, Solomon attracts your attention.
I'll lead Delta Z squad along the lower deck, through the tight passageways, Promethean pipework, and service areas where the enemy is most at home. We'll take that difficult ground. Your squad, called Rho Theta, will proceed along the upper deck. The objective is to reach the elevator. Rogue Trader, I request that you personally do not put yourself in the line of fire or take any unnecessary risks. We cannot afford to lose you. Once the deck sweep is complete, we'll run to we'll meet to regroup and launch the assault.
Solomon puts two fingers to his ear, listening to his comm bead.
Another arbitrator squad has been hit hard. Find a way to open the door for us. There should be a cogitator somewhere or the control panel nearby. But first, we'll go down and get into position. We need to overwhelm the enemy with a surprise attack.
Well, that's the point. Who was the first judge on film? Arbitrators, I expect every heretic on this ship to come to know the implacability of justice. Today the Emperor himself heeds your verdicts, so go and deliver death unto the enemy. Just saying spot on. Oh god. At your words, the arbitrators, whose presence was already formidable, begin to radiate danger. The proctor strikes his chest with his fist.
The speech from the seasoned commissar is exactly what we needed. By the legs, we will not fail you!
Let's move out.
If you get into trouble, call us immediately.
Solomon taps his finger on his Vox, turning to his squad. He sucks in a lungful of air and roars.
Delta Z squad! Formation A48! Go, go, go!
Why did a laser just go past my head? Oh, because they're still firing at us. That makes a lot more sense. Where am I supposed to be going again? Oh, look, goods. Need that.
My success is an irrefutable certainty.
That's a romance option too. Jesus. Okay, wait, hang on. First things first. Get her Yes. Melta. There it is, dude. One I will not be taking since I now think of him as having that voice. Thanks, Shadow. You're welcome. Ah. Open the door.
We are bound by the blood of Mark.
While perusing the Lord Captain's library, I discovered the memoirs of the greatest quartermaster who has ever served the Von Valancius dynasty, Silverto de Iono. His sly tactics will be of great help to us during this boarding operation.
That's great. Could we talk about him later when I'm not getting shot at? That would be amazing.
Just as he ordained.
Our guests have landed on the upper deck above the fuel chamber. Kill them all. Show no mercy. His romance is not gender locked. Oh boy. Okay, clear. Just to give you a nightmare.
Just as I was taught.
Open the door in the lower chamber. Aha, okay. So Lord Captain makes his way to the enemy bridge. What? It's the only way to reach the bridge, where Captain Sargona is hiding from justice. It is also the rendezvous point for the boarding teams. The arbitrators have taken the most dangerous stretch of the advance upon themselves, so they would appreciate any support Rogue Trader is able to provide. As the Lord Captain makes his way to the enemy bridge, it would be best to keep an eye on his allies' status and assist them whenever possible. So we're all going in the same direction. Got it. Why didn't you just tell me that earlier?
Let us walk this path to the end.
Or not. What happened? Why did it... What? I am confused. What happened? Why? Yeah, he would definitely be doing the romancing, that's for sure. I, on the other hand, would just have to take it. Gonna be honest.
Never doubt me.
Nice. Okay. I like it.
The divine watches over us.
Connect the vid screen.
The machine god grants the insight. Operation success.
Small room hidden behind the elevators did not make it into the arbitrator's diagram. Well, first off, shoot the thing.
I better myself through my service.
Nice. Where's this small room? Will feature the Night Lords as the big baddies. Oh boy.
This explorator is blessed with multifunctionality.
My warp sight reveals something.
Yep, that it does.
I I do what I must.
Nice.
See? Right there.
But also they're going to be bringing in races that most casual fans aren't aware of if they can. Oh shit, that's cool. Nobody ever does Night Lords, and they are the Night Lords are terrifying. They really, really are. I wonder what races they're talking about. Maybe it's like stuff that, what's the best way to put it? Okay, maybe it's stuff like, you know how like in the Horus Heresy books, it might be like a throwaway alien race or something like that. Maybe they plan on doing stuff like that. That'd be kind of cool. The Leagues of Votann? Well, the Votann are literally just the space dwarves. That's all they are. They're just the space dwarves reimagined. But,
watch out.
To be fair, I could see the Votann.
The Vizier. Would he be proud? Am I?
Know your duty.
Just as I was taught.
But from what I understand, there's also not a whole hell of a lot when it comes to the Votann anyway. They kind of just, like, made them, did, like, a couple things with them, and then that was pretty much it. Passable wreckage is the result of stuff. Got it. Oh, multi-key. That's always good. Robot person romance. So, like Necron?
Let the faith guide my path to glory.
That'd be kind of weird, wouldn't it?
No suffering will make me forget his sacred words. Burn the heretic, kill the mutant, purge the unclean.
Who's got the grenades?
And so it shall be done.
No!
Why me?
I didn't mean to.
They fear to look at me because of my appearance. I fear to look at them because of their rotten-colored souls. Isn't this a job for the serfs?
Okay, well, that
Heresy grows from idleness.
could have gone better. I accidentally shot my own fucking... Oops. So I told the press, no, we promise that you can have cyborg robot person in this game. We actually do think we made a big mistake in Rogue Trader, and we are sorry. Looks like next DLC might have one. Oh, interesting. Hope we romance a tech priest, and he has a detachable, and he fucks you from across the room. God.
For the Emperor. Rejoice in service. The impure cannot escape their fate.
There we go. Okay, Cassia goes there. You stay there. I'll go... Barnabas will go here. And then we need... Oh. Too far? Yeah, too far. Oops. Here. And then Argenta... Some cover is better than nothing, I guess.
Let's get to it.
Oh, this is gonna be a constant fight. Well, fuck me.
And so shall it be done.
Splort. Nice. How did you miss?
I am not your Xenos pet, monkey.
Here we go.
Scared yet?
Nope.
My armor is contempt.
Time to slaughter someone. Let's get to it. Show me what you've got.
I mean... Okay. Sure. I could do that.
Activate calculated fury algorithm.
Nice. Hells yeah.
I'm here, maggots.
Okay, Cassia.
I have read tomes of military tactics.
I know. I need you to do a couple of dumb things, and I'm sorry, but they need to be done.
I am a navigator, not a servitor.
I know, but still.
Actions will speak louder than words. And so shall it be done.
Actually, pretty awesome. Nice. Okay, way to go.
Do not dare ask.
That bird fucked him up. Damn. Yeah, I was wondering if they were gonna go Necron Companion. I'm interested to see where it goes, for sure.
Out of my way.
Help me, Lord Captain.
Hold on.
Scared yet?
No, because
Reading damage to
Time to slaughter someone.
they're literally killing their own more than they're killing me. Why would I be afraid? That wouldn't make any sense. Why would I give a shit?
Rejoice in battle! I'll do it.
I missed on a 90? Excuse me? $63. Okay, Melta.
I'll do it.
Ooh. Oh, he might be dead. Oh, single shot, that's why. That makes sense. Anyways, I'm about to pass out night. I'll hope you get shipped tonight. Bleached, have yourself a great night. I mean, I've only got 20 minutes, so we'll see what happens. But, yeah, it'd be really cool if I did. That's for sure.
Let's make it quick.
Oh.
I am your blade and shield. No.
Why no?
I shall not fail.
Guess I'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way.
As honor ordains. Trust me.
Let's get to it.
Aim for the heart next time.
I hope those are our guys. I really hope they're ours.
The Emperor.
High momentum.
Ooh, overpen? Holy shit, okay.
If it serves your cause.
Show me what you've got. I'm here, maggot.
Flesh weak, yet iron knows no pain.
$15? Really? Oh, wrong one. There we go. 0, 0. Really? Only a 15? That's weird.
Heavy is the tread of his faithful. Activating force mode sacrament.
Jesus.
The Omnissiah no.
Yeah, he didn't last long.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
Okay, Cass.
Battlefields are always drowned in scarlet.
True story.
If only that were possible. Me, if you insist, Lord Captain.
As the Emperor commands, I act.
Jesus. God, I love that ability.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Nice.
Scared yet?
Nope. Splort.
Time to
I'll do it. You, my emperor.
Yeah, she's still good. Yeah.
Let's get to it.
Let's get to it.
High momentum.
I will leave footprints of scarlet.
You're damn right you will.
Let the blood of the wicked be shed as thou hast willed.
Oh, nice splort.
Killing brings me no pleasure.
Oh, so good. So good. I do love a really good splort. That's the good squelch, yes. Absolutely.
The shadows will see it done.
All set up for the next round.
Shields me.
Out of my way. Hold on.
They're just shooting their own people.
An offering of blood.
My untarnished childhood brain is going, what the fuck? How did you arrive at a time in your life where you said that's the good squelch? Listen, there are a lot of things. It happens.
This tedium has been... Ancestors, guide me! If it serves your cause.
Which one is that? Crack grenade. Yes, please.
Request approved. Significant value.
Nice.
Let's make it quick.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. All the time. All the time. Oh, this is Cassia. Okay. I was like, what the fuck? Here. Yes. Perfect. Thank you.
Death comes in silence. My blade whispers your name. I shall not fail.
Damn, this dude's just getting splorted. You gotta love
As
it.
the tenants demand, the other side awaits.
That dude got thoroughly splorted. Holy shit. Okay, there's nobody over there. I might be able to hit him.
Give me strength.
No, can't really hit him. I can do this, though. Or not. Can't do that either. Got it.
Pain cleanses the body. It's nothing. You don't show me what you've got.
Blessed Emperor, protect your daughter.
Okay, well that didn't go well.
Trust me, killing
Oh!
brings me no pleasure,
Holy shit!
as honor ordains. The shadows will.
Okay, they're dead.
The failure of their crude machinery.
Let's get to it.
Kemorak!
I cannot comply.
Oh.
Rejoice in service. This is beyond me. And so it shall be done. I will not be deterred.
Damn, bro. Your eyesight sucks. Come on.
But a vessel for the higher purpose.
Nice. About damn time. Jesus.
Another soul slips beyond the veil.
I hit him. Oh, it's Cass's turn. Okay.
That is foolishness.
Oh, out of line of sight. Fair enough. He's dead.
Step aside. The navigator is coming. I'm not accustomed as duty demands.
Nice.
Let's get to it. Your end is nigh.
Good.
Actions will...
Dead. Nice.
I am not your seed.
Oof. That one looked like it hurt a bit.
I understand your intent.
Nice. I should be able to hit. We're about to find out.
Grace, at least.
Nice. Nope, can't hit him. That's okay. Hell yeah.
A dance of blades and shadows.
Here we go.
I move swiftly to strike. Stop trying, monkey.
How about there?
I will not.
Oh.
If it serves your cause.
Duh. That might be why.
I am not your Xeno pet, monkey.
Oh, yeah.
Neither of us has to fight alone anymore.
Nice.
My commands are followed without hesitation.
Nice. Hell yeah.
I can't allow myself to do this. And so shall another step towards our ultimate victory.
Thank God. Okay. Let me get everybody
Shall
back
reclaim
together.
what is rightfully ours.
Regroup here a wee bit. And I'm going to save right here. And this is where I am going to call it for tonight. But I want to thank everybody for hanging out, and I want to thank everybody for being here. I had a lot of fun tonight. I really, really did. Yeah, it was just, it was stupid, but that's what made it so good. We had Sober coming in for 43 months. Holy shit. Sober, thank you so much, buddy. Really, really appreciate you. Spoiled came in and gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much, Spoiled. Really, really appreciate you. We had Aylin coming in with 100 bits. We had Sophia coming in with 100 bits. We had Spoiled coming in with another 100 bits. We had Sober coming in with 500 bits. And we also had Spoiled coming in and gifting a sub to JoJo. Thank you so, so much. I really, really appreciate it. You guys are awesome. We will be back later on today with more Sanguinala. But until I see you all then, thank you everybody for being here. Thank you for watching. And have yourselves a great day, great night, wherever you are. Be good to yourselves, be good to one another. Stay safe, stay frosty, and of course, the #1 golden rule around here. Try to remember some of the basics of CQC. And I will be seeing all of you later on today. Thank you so much, everybody. Have yourselves a great night. I'm out. Take care. Bye, guys.